I like to do little things, little rituals, if you will, of just clearing the energy and setting new intentions with each lunar phase. I find it to be most beneficial, but also it helps me to mentally and emotionally stay on track. It does. Just like those gratitude journals. Guys, those gratitude journals are so incredibly important. They can also help you in manifesting. What is required in manifesting? Unwavering faith, but also gratitude, having a grateful heart. So you want to make sure that you have those two energies moving forward. Let's go with our second caller. Diane, you with me?
I am. I'm right here.
Oh, love, welcome to Sessions with Spirit. How are you doing this evening? You're so welcome. How are you doing this evening?
I'm okay. Just kind of worried about my living situation.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. When I am done with the show, would you like me to light a candle for you?
Please do.
Absolutely, Diane. I have no problem. Let me just jot your name down real quick. But yes, so we're going to do or pull cards on your living situation. Why don't you tell me about it?
I've lived in my house for over 20 years, and now I've got some structural problems with it and no money to fix it.
Oh, my love, that is so stressful.
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Because I can't live anywhere else as cheaply as I live here.
Yeah.
And I just don't know what to do.
Well, that's understandable. First off, I do feel so there are opportunities ahead. Definitely look into homeowners, grants, things of that nature. Overall, are things going to work out in your favor? The answer is yes. So you are going to be able to stay where you currently are. Yes.
Good.
I did the questions as a yes or no question, but with me, when I do yes or no questions, especially using tarot and not a pendulum, I always give background and context to the answers. So your first card was the Eight of Pentacles. That's going to refer to things coming to fruition, things manifesting, things happening. Your second card was the Five of Swords. That's going to refer to you setting boundaries, especially with yourself and this worrying. What is worrying? You know, basically trying to manifest or focusing on exactly what you don't want to happen. Because that's where you're putting all your energy and intention, is worrying if X, Y, and Z happens. Your third card was the Moon. That card is going to relate to doubts, fears, as well as illusions. Like I said, watch your mindset and where and what you think. Followed by the Empress. That card felt reversed. Instead of deciding not to decide, you want to decide. Make that decision that you're going to be positive about it. You're going to figure this out. Things are going to be okay. Like I said, definitely do some research. There might be some grants or programs that you could apply for. Followed then by the Eight of Wands. It's all about dynamics. I did go ahead and pull an extra card for you. It was the Knight of Cups. That card is going to refer to that chaotic emotional energy, that worry, that fear. I did pull I pulled two extra cards. So you got a total of 8. The next card was the Five of Cups. That card fell reversed. I was really happy to see that because that's going to refer to a lack of regret. So like I said, I feel as though the situation is definitely going to work out for your favor. Then followed by the Seven of Pentacles. That card is going to refer to investments. Definitely the ability to fix the property, to invest money into it, as well as having it fixed overall. Would I worry? No. Do I realize that that is way easier said than done? Of course. But I'm a straight shooter when it comes to readings. I don't beat around the bush, and I am not what I call a yes reader. Like, oh yes, you're going to get $1 million. And yes, he's going to leave his wife. And yes, he's going to come back. I can't do that. I can't. It's a disrespect to you, and it's a disrespect to the cards. The cards are revealing that things are going to work out, and you are going to find the funds, whether it be through a grant, an assistance program, or you just happenstance and you come across money. Okay. I wouldn't worry. I really wouldn't. I know it's much easier said than done, but Diane, I really feel as though things are going to work out. Can I pull 3 oracle cards for you as well?
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay. I love this deck. It is the Seasons of the Witch. It's the Litha edition. I actually speak to the author next week. And I am over the moon excited. Guys.
That's wonderful.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm.
All right. So, Diane, your first card is Heather. That card is You Are Worthy, My Dear. Silence the noise that strips you of your peace. Make sense? That worry, that angst, that fear, the what ifs, the waiting for the other shoe to drop. Your next card was Sunstone. And the uniqueness of who you are lives a world yet to be discovered. You already have the power within you. You just have to unleash it. Believe in yourself. Have that confidence. That third card is herb crafting. Allow your roots to dive into the depths. Your spirit calls for grounding. So obviously with all this stress, you're a bit unsettled. That definitely is my card for self-care. Whether you do makeup, however, and whatever your form of self-care is, definitely make sure you pamper yourself and take that time for you.
Excellent. This is what I needed to hear, for sure.
Oh, Diane, I'm so happy I was able to help. I truly am. And please, if I may be so bold, please follow me at Tarot Readings by Jean Rose on Facebook. I would love to be updated about your story and your situation and know where you're at.
Okay, what was that again? What on Facebook?
It's on Facebook, and it is Tarot Readings by Jean Rose.
Okay.
The link is also at the bottom of the screen.
Okay. Yeah. Wonderful.
Oh, Diane, this was an absolute pleasure. I'm so glad things are going to work out for you. Like I said, do it afraid if you have to, but definitely do not entertain those negative thoughts.
Good. I will definitely change my way of thinking right now.
Oh, Diane, I'm so glad to hear that. You be well and be blessed.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Diane. You take care.
I will.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Guys, another beautiful reading that we knocked out of the park. I am so pleased with the readings that we were able to do this evening. Oh my goodness. And I was able to read from the Litha deck. I am so happy about that. I think I'm going to surprise a couple of my Siggies with a reading. I know you guys didn't ask for it, but I think it would be really cool if we closed out the show tonight with a couple of readings for you guys. So let's do it, right? So first up is going to be our beautiful Z. Yes. She is our Siggy ambassador. Also our Siggy vampire, we call her lovingly. She is a wonderful part of our Siggy family, as well as she is part of our mod squad. And guys, if you want to join us too, join us on TikTok under Mrs. Stiggy, Stiggi. So Z, your first card was the King of Pentacles. That card is going to refer to as be a success, specifically in terms of money. The second card was the Eight of Swords. However, that card fell reversed. No longer feeling trapped, captured, or stuck between a rock and a hard spot. And then, of course, your final card was the Nine of Pentacles. That card is going to relate to this term stability. So, yes, wonderful cards, love. How else should we read for? I think next up shall be, let's do Ada. Guys, I hope you're watching. And if you are, I give my entire Stiggy family a huge shout out. I love you guys so much. Yes, so Ada, your first card was the Nine of Pentacles. That's going to refer to the start of long-term stability. Your second card was the King of Pentacles. Again, that success, especially in terms of money. And your final card was Temperance. This card, and especially, you know how I feel about this card. It is one of my tattoos. Temperance is all about exercising patience. Once we do that, harmony is restored. We need to exercise patience with ourselves, perhaps another person, or even a situation. So no matter whatever the case may be, make sure you instill that patience so that that harmony can come back. And I think we might have time for a couple more. Let's go for Ash. Oh, Ash, the first card is the Three of Cups. That card is going to relate to celebrations, of course. Second card is the Eight of Cups. That card fell reversed, thankfully. So you don't need to let anybody go right now or anything go right now. Remember, Cups is the emotion suit. So you want to kind of stay where you are at. And the final card is my favorite, and that is the Queen of Wands. That card is all about being a warrior, taking every brick that is thrown at you and using it to build your foundation. It's also about fortitude, strength, courage, bravery. It's also about resiliency, as well as passion and also strength, if I didn't already say that. So yes, it's a beautiful card, and it also corresponds to that fantastic fire energy. Next up, let's read for Jamie. Yes. She is another one of our sticky mods. She's absolutely wonderful. So shout out just to the Stiggy family, as I said before. You guys, if you haven't already, definitely check us out over on TikTok. I give readings, I do mediumship. We have a fabulous time over there. First card is going to be the Four of Pentacles. That card is going to be all about holding on to something that you need to let go of. Followed by that Three of Cups. Again, a card about celebrations, really soaking in the moment and staying in the present. Your last card was the Eight of Cups, and that card fell reversed, thankfully. So there's nothing that you quite need to let go of at this time, whether it be emotionally or even in person. You're good where you're at. Yes. Let's also do one for Loreline. Yes. So okay, so first card is going to be the Two of Wands. That card is going to be all about putting a plan together. Second card is going to be the Five of Cups. That card fell reversed. That lack of regret, of course. Then followed by the Four of Cups. Being active, staying put, or like not staying put. Not having those thoughts out of boredom, but instead kind of thinking about and doing things as well. Guys, I think we have time for one or two more. Yes, this was a really fun way to close out the show tonight. Oh my gosh, how fun. And it definitely is a way for me to give back on top of doing the live callers, but also doing these readings for the city. So next up, we're going to pull for Kristen. Yes, we are. Kristen, your first card is the Empress. This card is going to be all about deciding not to decide. Then followed by the Star. That's going to refer to a hope, wish, or dream coming true. The final card was the Ten of Wands. That card fell reversed. So no longer feeling overwhelmed, not having a lot on your plate anymore, and being able to take things in stride. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful readings, guys. Let's do one for Josh, my birthday twin. Yes. So your first card was the Two of Cups. That card, of course, is going to refer to true love. Second card is the Two of Swords. That card fell reversed. That card is going to refer to kind of knowing what direction you want to go in instead of Indecision, it refers to the direct opposite, deciding on what you want and knowing what you want. That beautiful third card was the Hermit. That card did fall reversed. So instead of light at the end of the tunnel, we are at that end and we are at that light. Yes. Oh, beautiful cards, guys. Amazing. And of course, I have to do one for the most important of all, and that is my wife. So, baby, I'm going to pull a couple of cards for you. Yes, I am. I just remember, like I said before, I know I already mentioned it. Do not forget that tonight is the new moon. Definitely set your intentions, write them on a piece of paper. Hell, even write them on a napkin. It doesn't matter what they're written on or how they're written. What matters is you take the time to sort of have that focus and write that out. Your first card is the Five of Wands. That's for picking and choosing your battles. Second card is one of our favorites, and that is going to be Death. That's endings followed by beautiful new beginnings, a rebirth, or even renewal. And then your final card was the Three of Wands. That card is going to be all about having positive expectations. You know, it's not lost to me that the first and third card were both from the Wand suit, and you and I are both fire signs. So definitely soaking in that fire energy, that power, that resiliency, that strength, that fortitude, that passion, creativity, courage, bravery, all of that, and even that power, standing in it and really dwelling in it. So soaking it up, if you will. Let's pull one more card. And that was the Page of Pentacles, the start of new financial opportunities. Guys, remember the Pentacles suit refers to money and material things. Guys, if you like this tonight and you like my style of reading, definitely do not be afraid to reach out. Again, my name is Jean Rose. I do offer private sessions for tarot readings, oracle, as well as evidential mediumship. You can find me down at the bottom at Tarot Readings by Jean Rose. I am on Facebook. You can also find me on Instagram as well as TikTok. Follow me at Tarot by Jean Rose or Mrs. Stiggy on TikTok. STIGGI. Guys, this has been absolutely fantastic. I have truly enjoyed this. Like I said, I cannot wait for next week because we're going to be speaking to Lorraine Anderson. So definitely stay tuned for that episode. Yes, we have 7 days and I am so excited. You know that I'm just going to be tickled pink next week. I have all of her decks. So yes, I am super excited to be able to have the opportunity to speak with her. Guys, as always, I want you all to have a beautiful night. Remember, I am available for private appointments. If you like my style of reading, definitely give me a follow or a shout. You can also email me at tarotbyjeanrose@gmail.com. That's tarotbyjeanrose@gmail.com. Send me your inquiries for readings. I can definitely recommend what session would work best for you. And I also adhere to all budgets. So don't feel as though I am out of reach. Guys, I want you all to have a beautiful night. Enjoy the weekend. I know Allie and I are. We have some events going on with the family this weekend, so we're super excited for that. I wish you all a beautiful night. Be blessed, and I'll see you guys next week. Take care.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Very green here today. Welcome. Eleanor Grace. And I'm here in London, in the United Kingdom, and we're going to have a great show here today. Now, I've got my cards now. These are the Rider-Waite cards, and I use these for timescales. I use these to have a little look, a deeper look into your life, see what's going on, see what's happening, make those connections and project forward. That's what we call clairvoyance. And we're also going to be seeing if there are spirits around us here today. And I use my crystal ball for this. So we have a good look into the crystal. Find where those platforms are in the center. For those of you who've watched my show for a long time, you'll see exactly what I mean, right into the center of the crystal ball here. And we have a look to see whether you're going to be taking a new pathway, whether you're going to be meeting somebody along the pathway that you're on, and also whether you're going to take advantage of those opportunities that are around you. Because we all have hopes and dreams, don't we? We all want to do things in our life. We all want to make some changes happen in our lives. And that's exactly what is happening here. You will be looking a little bit deeper into yourself using the crystal, finding that new energy, finding that new perspective. And this is where I look here. So I will be using the crystal in my readings today for my callers, and we'll see exactly what comes through. So our Psychic Destiny show here is all about being able to look ahead into your life, being able to look at the future, maybe have a quick look back into the past as well. Bring in the present circumstances, and they're very important, aren't they? Look around us to see what's going on right now and take account of our family, our friends, our lovers, and those that we miss so much, those loved ones who are passed over in spirit. So we like to bring those in as well. And I welcome them as soon as I get connected in my readings with you. And you can have readings with me from anywhere in the world, on Skype or on WhatsApp, video, on FaceTime, whichever platform you want to use. We can use it, or just an audio call if you don't actually want to see me or you want me to see you, whichever way you prefer. So you can go to my website, which is gracedestiny.com, have a little look there. And you can book a reading with me. Remember, I'm in the UK, so it's GMT time. However, you can go ahead and also get an email reading if you want to have something that is a little bit more solid and that you want to be able to reread over and over. I do all my email readings personally, and they're very, very popular. So if you want to add in an email reading, they're $25. That's not very much money. You can pay in dollars as well on my website. Again, gracedestiny.com. So how are you? How are you doing? I know that the weather is very temperamental. It's very hot. We've had on the news here in the UK, it's raining here. You'll be pleased to know. But it is really hot, isn't it, in the States? So take care and be warned and keep well. Now, I'm going to have a look at the cards and just see what comes through for all of you. Well, we've got hearts here, and I do feel that, this is such a lovely moment where peak of the weather, aren't we, in June? And we've got the hearts all around us, really bringing in some amazing times. Darlene is now our first caller. Hello there, Darlene. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello there.
Oh, hello there. You're through to Eleanor. And how are you? How are you doing here? Are you in Canada? Yeah?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Great.
How are you?
Yes. Not bad at all. Very green we are on screen here today. So we're looking at new energy, new growth, and bringing in new positive beginnings here for you. So I'm taking a card or two here just for you, Darlene. I feel as though you've been really battling against the odds. That's what I feel with you, Darlene, that you've had to really push, even though it's really difficult, tough to do. You've been sort of pushing your way up a very steep mountain, and you've felt that in your life. And I'm pleased to say to you that what I'm seeing here around your energy is that you won't be pushing too much for too much longer. So there's a breakthrough coming here for you, which is a wonderful picture for you to have. And this is around your home. So it's your home environment. It's really looking quite luxurious. A finished product is what I want to say. So have you been doing up your home or even contemplating moving? Because there's movement as well around your energy, sort of just embracing challenges and wanting to move forward. I also have the name of Peter around you. Who is he? Do you know Peter at all? If you don't, I'll ask him to go away.
I don't know a Peter, no.
Okay. Is there anybody in spirit with Peter?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No.
All right. I'll ask him just to move on because he's come in. So do remember that name, because when I'm connected to you, Darlene, or to anybody, and I do get a name from spirit, it's usually going to be apparent in the next few days, the coming week. So just hang on to that. So let's look at you, Queen of Pentacles. You're a very positive, very direct woman, and you will be making decisions around your home. Is that something that's on your mind right now, Darlene?
Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm debating whether to move or make some changes. Yeah.
Yeah. I see it's going to be more of a move than making the changes, but you've got a luxurious element here around your reading. So wherever you're going to, it seems to be a bit greener. Maybe we can add that in. And it also seems to be a much more pleasant environment, so friendlier place. Lovely scenery around this property that I'm seeing here. And water as well. There is some water nearby. So even if you're not by the coast or anything like that, you're going to have even the smallest fountain will do. But a water feature, there's a pond of some sort. And it's really beneficial for you. Make sure that the water moves, that it's moving water all the time. And on this particular occasion of making this change, there's money attached to it as well. So you're making money. There will be a more positive settlement, I think, for you. And I feel that that's going to be a good outcome, but it's on the side. It's not the main reason to take this step. It just seems to be a surprise to you, where suddenly you've actually got more funds available than you expected. And you've got the arrows of love being thrown your way. This is the Eight of Wands. Now, this is a card in the Rider-Waite that usually connects to work and to work-based situations. But I always look at this card as somebody really sending out those good vibrations towards you, those arrows of love, they're coming your way. So I think you'll notice it. You will notice that somewhere you are being afforded a very different proposition. So you will be gracefully received. It's going to be really quite a marvelous situation for you, where you will gratefully sort of look at a situation and say, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to take this offer. I'm going to take great advantage of this opportunity, and I'm going to take my friends and family with me. So I don't feel as though you will be dissuaded. But the trick here is, when is that going to happen? When am I going to be able to make these changes? Now, you being the Queen of Pentacles, you've got a lot going for you. I mean, this is about you taking a decision here, Darlene, possibly about your career or business activities. So I see you being quite dynamic as a person, a woman who is quite fearless in taking decisions, but also taking chances. And I feel that that describes you. Do you have a son? Two boys. Are there two boys in your family? Hello?
No, I don't have boys. I have girls. I have all girls.
You have girls. Okay, well,
Yeah.
I've got two boys here. They are definitely boys, and they are around you. Look out for your near neighbours, particularly when you make this move, because you do have this centre ground here that is quite dynamic force, and it's male energy. And that's what you're going to be inviting in to your life. It can be different characteristics, but I am seeing two boys. So, Darlene, you will be making this move. You'll be looking at new opportunities, particularly in your work or business. Is it a business that you are wanting to go into as well?
Yes, yeah.
Does everything seem at the moment as though it glistens, but it's just not golden? You know, that it's all a promise and not reality, because to me, it's as though you can just about touch things, but they're not solid. And that is you reaching out to get yourself now onto this lovely situation where you can have your choices, you can bring in some new realities for yourself, and you can also make things happen. So, dynamic force in business and money, but be careful not to over-exaggerate prices or quality of the products or the services that you want to provide for people. So keep it real, keep it very real. And then I think there's paramount of success that we have. And that is going to be really important here for you, Darlene. It's a very significant card that tells you that you can turn things around really quite quickly, and you can be in charge, be at front and center of your world. Now, the two boys that are here, I'm not going to leave them out. I want you to look out for these two boys in a near neighbor situation, or perhaps even in your own family or your girls' friends, because they are coming close to you. I also have commitments that are a big question in your mind at the moment. These are personal and romantic commitments. And there's a second commitment that you're going to be making as well. It's like a reassuring picture of you being able to say, do you know what, I'm happy I made this decision. I'm happy that I'm with you. I'm happy that I have progressed in my relationship with you. So it's a very adult situation. Does that ring true with you? Because this can also be applied here, Darlene, to you looking for a second chance, looking for that second moment where you can consolidate a relationship, and that can mean so very, very much to you. And these arrows of love, they're still coming your way. So you're being loved and adored and cherished and wanted and needed. And that is so very special. So the next phase to that is this commitment. So do you resonate with those situations, Darlene? Does that mean a lot to you right now?
I think so, yes. Yeah.
And with regard to this sort of second commitment, Do you feel that that's in your existing relationship, that you're having to really push that commitment forward and say, yeah, I'm here and I want it to really be something special? Because there's a big push that's coming, and that's what I'm feeling for you. Do you understand that?
I do, yeah. Like, I think maybe like my husband and I have been struggling a lot these last couple of years.
Right, okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense here. And in your reading, you're being told, look, you are going to get that commitment. You are going to be able to have that level playing field conversation where you're saying, look, come on, we've been together for a long time now. What's going to happen? Are we going to stick it through, or are we going to go our own ways? And you have this big change, darling. You've got this big move. There's business opportunities. So it's like you striking out for yourself in business. And then you have another opportunity. And this opportunity is in your romantic life. And I want you to remember the name of Peter. I want you to remember the 2 boys. And I want you to remember the change in your home environment and the new path that is there. That's a future projection that I have for you. And I see it happening all within the next 12 months. And you'll come on back and let me know if it's any different. But I will wish you the best there, Darlene. And thank you for coming through to the show. Okay, that's Darlene there. And she's from Canada. Lots of predictions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for you, Darlene. And best of luck now. So we've got Tracy, I feel, that is next. Hello there. Are you through to Eleanor Grace? Hello? Can I hear you? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Hi there, Tracy. How are you?
You're cutting out.
Hello. Have you got me back? Yes, we're here. Okay. Right.
Yep.
Let's have a look at you, Tracy. I'm going to be using the crystal ball now. So if you have a look onto your screen, if you're looking at the TV show Moonstruck TV, then you will see me here holding this crystal right up to the camera. And I want you to really take a look and make a wish even onto the crystal ball here today, because this is all about positivity and positive energy that you are getting and that you are going to be receiving as well. The sun is shining on you, Trey. Love is in the air. It's that song that keeps coming in. So I feel that, again, you've got a wonderful sense of abundance that is around you. I can tell you that Spirit is with you, that you are being looked after, and you've needed it, haven't you? You've needed to have your hand held. You've needed to be able to trust again in the process of life and just being able to make a change and make a difference. And this is what I'm seeing. It's a very, very different picture to perhaps what you're expecting. So a wonderful focus here onto the crystal is making everything very powerful, very positive for you. So love all around you. Just want to give you lovely hearts and a very special feeling of you wanting to be accepted. And it's like a renewal here, Tracy, that you want to be seen as being a different person. So you've metamorphosed now into someone new. It's a bit like a butterfly. You've just about escaped from your cocoon, and you're going to be showing everyone just how wonderful you are. Do you feel that inside yourself? Do you feel as though you just want to, flap your wings and show everybody just what a wonderful, wonderful person you are? How does that feel for you? Do you understand that feeling?
Yeah, because I have health issues and I don't get out much, so it's hard for me to even, go do anything to be around people. And I've always, before I got too bad off, I used to love going out dancing and hanging out with people and everything, and I miss that.
Yeah, and it's really hard when you have to adjust. But you are finding a way. That's all I can say to you, because I've got these wonderful butterflies all around in your crystal ball. I've got love and hearts being there and you being cherished and really feeling as though you could show a new side of yourself. So this will involve your intellect. It will involve how clever you are with your mind and how you can communicate very well with other people. I think you're quite psychic as well. You do have spirit protecting you, and you have spirit coming through here. Your mother's in spirit, I feel, and there's a grandmother as well. I just feel that there's a lot of maternal are in charge. You're receiving all of this wonderful spirit, and it's uplifting. It's giving you a break and making you feel as though everything is sort of perfect. Now, I've got the initial of V. V for Victoria, but it's not Victoria. So I'm going to give you that and see if that makes sense to you. These are from souls in spirit, and they're ascended a long way. So we're talking about your ancestors here who have come down the line. It seems that it's one generation after another, and that you have specific gifts, I feel, that do bring a lot of communication in your dreams. And I think that you find people coming through in your dreams, don't you, Tracy? So does that make sense to you? Do you have quite prolific dreams, and have you made notes of those? And you should do. You know, you should really take stock.
No, but I remember them. I have a lot of nightmares though too.
Well, try and look at the nightmares that you might be feeling, you know, difficult and negative as part of that experience of you being psychic and bringing in a lot of psychic energy. So wrap around yourself this white veil, you know, really lay it over yourself, and don't be frightened to accept sort of all comers, because, you know, nobody can hurt you. Nobody is going to hurt you. I feel that you're strongly protected, and that maternal line is also very strong. Let's take a card, shall we, or two? So I've got really quite a lovely...
I have had people hurt me recently, really badly.
Is that verbally? Have they said nasty words to you?
Yeah, I had roommates that were really bad. They would accuse me of doing stuff around the house that they would do that they shouldn't have been doing, and then, you know, call me names and just put me right through the ringer.
Do you think that that's what's caused your nightmares in some regard? Because
probably.
I feel that you're protected. So just put that white sheet all over you. And
I do.
You know, remember it's there. And when you get frightened, when you get nervous, when you feel as though something is going wrong, that's when you can say, it's okay, nobody can touch me. You've had all the hurt and all the wounds that you could possibly bear already. So you're not going to be giving any attention or paying any mindfulness towards people who are negative. And I do feel quite suddenly that you will see negative people being removed here from your life, that they're just not going to be around you anymore. And that's what happens.
Yeah, those people are gone now,
Yeah. So suddenly they've been taken away, and you need that to happen, because then new and more positive people will take that space. They'll come into that particular area in your life. So who is the V? Can you think of who that may be for me, Tracy?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. Well, we're getting a bunch of spirits here today that are not connecting over in the States. But as I've said to my previous caller, you really need to just make a note of that, Victor, Victoria, because I feel that that's a very energetic name, and it's a name that's around you as well. So looking forward, are there other residents around you? So are you in a place where there's other people in other apartments or rooms or spaces?
Yeah, I have two roommates in this apartment. One's my son, actually, and then our landlord lives right downstairs from us.
Okay. Well, there's somebody new entering your world here, because you've got a new offer of friendship. that I feel is unexpected, because you have the magician that is showing as well. So an unexpected new beginning is around you. And I feel that that's going to be really important, because you've got to replace these negative energies. You've got to be thinking to yourself, all right, no more. I'm not having any more of this. That's just not going to happen. And I think that you will really be seeing a great deal of new beginnings. And you already have, you've already got these very negative individuals that are no longer there. You've got happy heart. And I do feel again that, you've got to really celebrate the love that is in your life, and really celebrate as well the amount of time that you have spent, perhaps in the recent past as well, thinking about yourself, thinking about how well you could do for yourself, and how much more positive your life experience can be. There is some relief coming to you, and you ache a lot, don't you? Or you have done, because I've got aches and pains that seem to be all around. But there is a sense of you not having that going forward. And you looking at a new person entering your home and entering your world. So you must be open-minded now to greet new people. So Tracy, it's been wonderful reading for you. I do hope you've enjoyed your reading, and you must now be looking forward and looking for that new and unexpected abundance, which I feel is there. And this,
I hope so. I could use it.
Well, yeah, and it's certainly.
I'm trying to sell some stuff online that I make, and I'm trying to sell $5 paparazzi jewelry, and I haven't been doing hardly any of it. I haven't sold anything.
I think you've got a breakthrough, though. So don't give up. It's one of those things. You're tired. I know that you're tired, and your energy is sapped as well. So try and just dust that off now, and think, I can do this, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to attract new customers to me, and you will be learning a little bit more as well. I mean, it's just such an abundant time that you're stepping into now. And remember that your energy will bring you all of the success that you need, all of the success that you want. So I wish you luck, and we'll send out a cosmic order for you to bring some very, very special moments for you, Tracy, and for you to enjoy perhaps a little bit more of an uplift now. So spirits and their souls in spirit will be with you. So thank you for joining the show, and pop in and see us again. So there we have it. I'm Eleanor Grace, and that's an example of some live psychic readings. And I'm based in London, but am able to deliver a reading to you either by Skype, by FaceTime, by WhatsApp audio or video. So go to my website, give me a call, gracedestiny.com. See you next week. Bye-bye then.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Hallie Elise Show with Hallie Elise. Hallie Elise. Live from HallieElise.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3 3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Hallie Elise Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. As always, I am delighted and excited to be here this evening. So funny. We live in such a weird world. I'm in Boca Raton, Florida, and normally it's sunny. People come from other places to be here to enjoy warm weather. Not in rainy season. However, rainy season has descended upon us early. We have flooding in places we shouldn't have flooding, not flooding. My poor mom got stuck and had to be rescued. Can you imagine? But we just never know. Matter of fact, if I go back many years, back to around 1999, the home that I was in was flooded so badly that it compromised the foundation and we had to leave. However, thankfully, I actually listened to my own inner guidance and higher guidance when it's given. The night before it all happened, I heard, get the kid, get the animals, get out. And I thought, what are you talking about? However, even though I had questioned it, I called up a friend who lived about 45 minutes north and said, hi, do you mind if we all come crash at your place? And she, of course, said, sure, come on, not a problem. Good thing, because had we not left, we would not have been able to get out. And I am not exaggerating when I say that I went back and the water was thigh high. Can you imagine? Thigh high water. When it finally decided to recede, it was just a very interesting experience. FEMA had to come in to evaluate my place. It was pretty wild. What can I tell you? Life happens. The point is, you just never know what to expect, even when you know what to expect. Meaning, you can have a reading and think, wow, this is awesome. However, in the midst of something, you can change your mind, or in the midst of something happens on the other side of the world that at that exact second influences you. This is why I always push, pay attention to your intuition as well. It is not just guidance from other people, but it's listening to yourself. And if you need help with that, it's one of my favorite things to do, to teach you, to assist, to help. All that said, I know we have Nell on the line, and I will be with her in just a moment. She's calling from Tennessee, but I do want to remember our sponsor. That's George Duback. He is the ultimate networker. And if you are connecting with us on Facebook, do look up George Duback, and that's D-U-B-E-C. He is also a phenomenal author. And if you are on Amazon, you can find a plethora of his books. But it'd be great if you connect with him on Facebook. He has connections all over, not just limited to Florida. Something else I'd like to share, which is really cool. I have a lovely friend who owns the Love and Healing Center. Yeah, Love and Healing. What a great name, right? That's in Delray, Florida. It's on the corner of Congress and Atlantic Avenue, and that is if I recall correctly, the southwest corner. Great little place to be in. She has this wonderful new system that is connected to a quantum scalar wavebed. So it is a vibro acoustic, let me see if I remember all this correctly, vibro acoustic sound quantum scalar wavebed. And if you're like, what on earth is all of that? Truly, if you are in Delray Beach, or Palm Beach County or Broward County, it's not that far, you'd like to experience it. You actually are immersed in beautiful wavelengths that create a sense of peace, a sense of equilibrium, a sense of loveliness inside. And the bed, and I am going to call it a bed, versus one of those hard things that you get a massage on, the table. This is fabulous. It's cushy and yet supportive. It kind of comes up, it comes down. It's a fabulous experience. Take a look at Love and Healing Energy. She does have a presence on Facebook. You can find her, again, at the southwest corner of Congress and Atlantic Avenue in Delray Beach. And tell Michelle Hallie said hi, because I don't get over there very often. Today was an exception. All right, then we have, I believe, lovely Belle from, oh my gosh, Tennessee. Yes? Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I think we have a little delay as we're talking. Did you have a particular area of focus for this evening, or did you want me to just share whatever comes through?
Yeah, whatever comes through would be great, please. My highest and greatest good. I would appreciate that.
Okay, you got it. I love your accent, by the way.
Thank you.
One of the things that comes in right off the bat is you yourself are very connected. You could actually give me a reading, though I don't think you have enough confidence all the time to be able to sit with people and just give information. But you definitely are tapped in. And oftentimes it keeps you out of trouble or keeps other people out of trouble. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely. The one area that you don't always pay attention to that you probably should listen to a little more is matters of the heart.
Okay.
You are drawn to somebody because there's that intuitive nudge that brings you together with someone, whether it is that long-term relationship or it is just bringing somebody into your heart, like a best pal or best friend. However, sometimes because that intuitive nudge is so strong and you feel such a connection, the red flags that go up, you don't pay attention to. Now, the irony here is if you were seeing this happen for somebody you loved, right away you would recognize it and say, hey, did you notice this? Or you need to pay attention a little bit more to that. That said, I will just say to you, in this moment in time, there's a couple of things that need to be adjusted. If you allow yourself to ask, not me, but yourself, what do I need to do to really have the best relationships around me right now? You will get an immediate answer because I feel like you're being pushed from the divine to tap in even more, enabling you to listen more frequently. And I want to say automatically, because I feel like it comes in spurts for you. And you do hear it and you do pay attention. And a lot of times you are just on automatic, not really paying attention to the fact that it's intuitive, but you just kind of follow it. Specifically in this time frame, we're in June. So June, July, August, I'm going to say entire summer, there is this sense of really paying attention to the loves in your life. So those are the people that you love. It's not just limited to romance, even though I started out with romance. Is in respect to romance specifically, I do get the feel that there's a couple of things that are about ready to get shaken up. And over the course of the summer, you'll find that there's a lot that is revealed to you. And when I say that, I know that sounds kind of cryptic and kind of abstract and really very general, and I apologize. However, I feel like it has more to do with the integrity of the person that you're dealing with than it is about like, oh, there's this dark secret somewhere. That's not what this is. It really is more about who they are and their integrity. And I feel it's going to be a wow. And I don't get it being a negative, but I do feel like it's something that you're going to say, why didn't I know this before? That said, just kind of pay attention because it does feel as if this is something that you are going to be grateful that you know. During this time, though, around you, again, loves meaning family, people that you care for deeply. And sometimes we just love people that are around us, even though we're not really attached to them. And that can be somebody as simple as that great gal that you meet at the grocery store who's always smiling and always lovely. Pay attention because this summer specifically, you are going to see much more than you have ever seen. I just got light bulbs going on for you all over the place. And when you're spending time with someone, you are going to find that you seem to know more than you think you should. Understand it's not a matter of that you should or should not. It's more a matter of it's the right time. You follow?
Yes, that makes so much sense. Thank you.
Okay, I'm so grateful that it makes sense because sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, I hope the message is getting through. So it's really good.
Yes, it really did.
Okay, and I'm going to switch gears here for a moment and say, really be mindful of legs. I feel like above the knees, so it's not quite into the thigh, but just a little bit above the knee. Let's see, 1-2 inches above, and going down to about middle of the shin or middle of the calf, shin. Middle of the, yes. Sorry, I'm trying to isolate this area. So it's not as far down as the ankle, not as far up as the thigh, but I'm going to say a little above your knee and down to about middle of shin. There's something going on there energetically, something going on there as far as circulatory. I would take a look at your actual circulatory system, meaning perhaps when you go to your regular checkup, you ask them to do a stress test. I know that sounds off the wall because I don't feel as if you've had anything to worry about, but I feel like I'm getting this so that it's preventative for you. Either that or really examine your diet right now because it feels like something needs to be tweaked so that you can avoid a problem. The other thing that you could do if you're open to it is start massaging your legs from above the ankles and moving all the way up to where the thigh hits the hip. So it runs the gamut of the leg. It feels like that could be helpful, but you want to massage going from bottom up versus top down. And you want to be very gentle. Think of like almost a brushing type of feel, where you're moving very gently up the leg. Again, I feel like something going on there that this could be preventative in the long run. Hopefully this is helpful to you because my heart tells me it's something to pay attention to, not something to worry about, but to pay attention to.
Thank you.
Did you have any questions by any chance?
I don't think so.
Okay. So thank you so much for calling. We actually have another gal on the phone. And again, I hope this is helpful to you, hon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
You as well. Bye-bye. Now, if I read that correctly, that was Lisa from Saskatchewan. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. I always wonder because I was like, ugh, it's stuck on my tongue. There's certain names that roll off very easy and others, if you're not familiar with them, not so much.
Yeah.
Did you have a specific question or area of focus, Lisa, or did you want me to just kind of share whatever it is that kind of pops up here?
I lost my little dog.
Oh.
And I feel she's still alive, but I don't know where she could possibly be.
Okay, so what pops up immediately is that somebody took her into their house. And even if you have ID on her, it feels as if they like her. And I would be hard pushed to say that they will try to seek you out, which is very troubling because, when you find a pup, the best thing you can do is put the word out there. But I feel like she is okay. I do feel that, like you, that she's still with us, but I feel like she is in somebody's house. Now, as far as where, I keep seeing in my mind's eye a steeple. Is there a church nearby that has a very tall steeple? I don't mean like 6 foot above the church, but I mean exceptionally tall that you know of?
Yes.
Okay. It is around that area. So like if I were facing the church, the feeling is, I'm getting chills. Okay, so I know I'm on target here. If I were facing the church, I would think in terms of walking towards the right. So whatever the community is towards the right and the back of the church, and it may not be directly behind it, but maybe there's a street there and then there's a community, but it feels like it's in that area. That's where your little child is, your four-legged child. Now, if you go knocking on doors, it might be helpful because, again, I feel like the people that have your little one would like to keep it. However, if you show up on somebody's doorstep, oftentimes they'll feel bad and they'll say, we're terribly sorry. We didn't know. I hear somebody else barking.
Yeah, I have a few little dogs. That's crazy.
Pardon? I'm sorry, Lisa.
I'm like kind of blown away because I live in a very small community, and it's very well known that I lost my dog.
But I found this to be true for myself many years ago. I had a kitty who started out as an outdoor kitty, but then became mine, right? And everybody knew that she was mine. And yet other people would take her into their house and feed her and let her stay overnight. And I would go out of my mind looking for her. Like, well, where could she possibly be? And like you, everybody kind of knew she was my kitty. Now, thankfully, she ended up being 19 years old with me and she moved with me. However, I did what I'm suggesting to you, which is to knock on some doors. I don't get that somebody's doing this out of meanness. I feel like they're doing it because they just find there's so much joy with this pup. I'm not saying that's a good excuse. I'm just simply saying sometimes people don't think beyond the moment. I don't get maliceness. I really don't. I just get, again, there's joy connected to your pup being around them and them wanting to keep your pup. So if you're inclined to knock at some doors or get a couple of friends to go with you and wander around in that area, you should find your pup.
Would it be out of town? Like, because I have looked, we have searched like everywhere. And I went to a neighbor's farm and I asked the wife if I could take a look around and she said yes. And then when he came home from work, he told me to very unkindly get off his property. And from the farm, you can see the church.
Say that again about the farm did you say it was right near the church?
No, you can see the church people from the farm.
Gotcha. So let's say the farm is here. I don't know, hopefully you can see me. And the church is here. Go behind the church. Whatever is in that area. There's some land and then there is a home behind, or there's a couple of homes in the area back there. But I just feel like, again, if you were facing the church, you would go around to the right and to the back. It's worth taking a ride and, again, knocking at some doors.
Right.
On a good note, don't get your baby hurt, which is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry you have to go through this. I'm an animal advocate and I make myself bananas when it comes to animals being kept from their owners or taken. And there's a lot of that. I mean, truly there is. And it's not, again, most of the time out of meanness. And most of the time it's because somebody's lonely or because in that moment, again, there's joy that's there. I'm not saying there's not the exception, because of course there is. There's people who are just not nice. I'm not getting that impression with the person or persons that have your dog.
Wow, that is not at all what I was expecting.
I'm sorry. And you know what else you could do? You could start putting flyers near the church. As a most likelihood, since it's not far from the church, people would either go by the church or attend church. And that might be an easier way to have your pup come home. Maybe even have, whether it's a pastor or minister, whoever is officiating the church, maybe have them say something during services.
Right.
Think in terms of making it as easy as possible for you to share information.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I wish I had more to give you than that, but that's what came up immediately. Like I said, I just saw this very tall steeple in my mind's eye there. And I felt like that's going to be where the pup is, not actually at the church, but again, the area in the back and to the right. And just so you know, one other thing here, and that is I get birds around you. Now, I don't know if you have birds right now, but I get birds around you. So don't be surprised if in the near future you end up with a couple of birds that you're looking after as well. Usually when that pops up, it's like for people who wouldn't necessarily go and get the animals themselves, but somehow end up for them. I will say also, the pup who keeps barking, make sure you keep an eye on, what is it? It's the right hind leg. Get a little sensitivity there.
Oh,
not anything major, but just it's more like jumping and not paying attention to where they're jumping at. And it feels like it's not the knee or the ankle part, but higher up in almost like where the buttocks is, that there's a little sensitivity. So you may even notice, like if you're petting, if they flinch or they move a little different than normal, it's not anything to be concerned about. It's just they jumped funny. Okay. And if you're not already doing it, you might want to consider giving your pups a little bit of coconut oil or a very little bit of olive oil. It feels like it could help with joint health.
Okay. I used to do it. I don't do it anymore, though.
Okay. It might be something to get back to. I'm just getting the need for a little more flexibility. And it's simple enough to do.
And do I have my sister around me?
The feel here is she's not with you all the time, meaning I don't get her 24/7 hanging out. I feel like it's more once in a while checking in, like moving a drape back to take a peek and see how things are going. You know, it's a short visit that I get. I will tell you, though, if you want to communicate with your sister, it's really not that difficult. You can do it through dream time or you can do it through meditation. When it comes to dream time, before you go to bed, you just ask that you are guided to connect with her during dreams. And if you do it through meditation, you go into meditation with the intention of seeing your sister and having a conversation with her. And you intend to do it in the most easiest of ways. For instance, if she used to love being on the water, then perhaps you see yourself on a raft and there's a raft that floats next to you and there she is. If it's a matter of a beautiful wooded area, then you envision yourself walking through a wooded area. But you create a space that has to do with welcoming her in for a conversation. Okay. And just so you know, I get another female around you that peeks in as well. Okay. So I get two that look in on you and check to see how you are. All right, my friend.
Yes.
Okay, and good luck with getting your babe back.
All right, thank you so much.
Church. Okay, have a lovely evening.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. You know, it's really interesting when it comes to animals. We kind of think that if our dog or a cat or bird gets out, that somebody's going to do their due diligence and really look around and talk to people, make sure that the animal gets back to where it belongs. However, I will never forget, we had a next door neighbor. I was about 14, 15. He had this great dog. Dog was so fun. The dog ran off because it saw another dog and they couldn't keep up with it. It had gotten off the leash. You know, it was a whole to-do. They were at a park. They thought it was a safe place. Next thing you know, their dog is gone. they get a phone call later that evening saying, we found your dog. We're just calling to let you know we're keeping it. Wow. How do you do that? I could see calling saying, you have a great dog here. If you don't want your dog, I'd love to take care of it. I'd love to have it, right? Or when they come to get their dog, you ask, may I visit with the animal? You've got a great animal here, but I'm going to call somebody and say, you've got a great dog and I'm keeping it. Never. Oh my gosh, never. It just doesn't make sense how you can hurt somebody like that. We live in a precarious period of time. It's interesting, when COVID began, people thought, we were going to return to normalcy. And in many ways, we have not, and we will not. The way we operate, the way we function is different. Our thinking is different. It's necessary for us to adapt. And the best way to adapt is to use this. Really and truly, use your intuitive mind. Allow information to come through. Start paying attention because it can help you in your business and it can help you in your relationships and it can help you pretty much with everything. If you knew that today was the day that you were going to meet that special somebody, and you didn't plan on leaving the house, well, you might change your mind if you knew that today was that day and you needed to get out of the house. Or if you were troubled with something and things weren't going right and you got still and you just allowed information to come through, you could be assured that you are okay. Too often outside of ourselves, it's important to listen to that guidance within. That said, if I can help you, you're more than welcome to schedule an appointment. Phone number is 561-755-2166. The website is HalleyElise.com, and that's HalleyElise.com. Feel free to check it out. You'll find there's a lot of information there. Bottom line, yes, ask people that have intuitive abilities to assist. However, remember, you are the one who counts. Because no matter what the guidance is, ultimately, you make the decision. That means do you listen or not? It means do you listen plus you call upon your own divinity to hear more. Best thing to do really is take a few breaths each day, get quiet for a moment, and just allow yourself to be guided. You don't even have to ask questions.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Diane Jarecki here at Readings by Diane. I want to thank you very much for joining me. And if you would like to connect with me outside of the show, you can find me at pretty much Readings by Diane everywhere. Instagram, we've got to add a 603 because there was already a Readings by Diane. So I had to throw something to differentiate myself on it. And so I used New Hampshire's zip code. Or not zip code, area code, that thing. Yeah, for phone calls. All right. Anyway, and as you can tell, it's a bit chilly here. I live up near the mountains and in the lakes region, and it might be heading towards the first day of summer, but believe me, here it is definitely still spring and a tad bit chilly out today. We've had the air conditioner on, but like this morning and yesterday, we've had to run the furnace first thing in the morning. You just never know. I can start out with the furnace running in the morning and then switch to the air conditioner in the middle of the day and have to switch back to turning the furnace on that evening if it cools down enough. We can have 30-degree Fahrenheit swings here in a day. It's crazy. So past few days, though, been kind of cool, rainy, definitely not getting warm enough. Not quite cool enough to throw on the furnace, but certainly cool enough to go ahead and put on an extra layer. That's why we layer dress around here. Anyway, so today I am looking very forward to doing another reading. And, you know, I said, feel free anytime to reach out to me. My website is a blog, so I do blog on there, and I have a contact form on there at readingsbydiane.com. And like I said, Instagram, you can follow me, YouTube at Readings by Diane. And I love the connection and the contact with people. So anyway, I hope to hear from you. And Hannah, down in Florida, probably really summer down there now, though, huh?
Well, we're having rain day today. It was so hot. We're thankful.
Yeah, heat not a problem here. Anyway, not today.
Yeah.
What can I do for you today, Hannah? How can I help you?
I'm moving to Alabama. I just received news the other day that I was accepted after the second offer, and I'm excited to move. And I wanted to know how things are going to go with my move and my relationship with family and friends because of that move.
Okay, so are your family and friends there in Florida, or are you moving closer?
My family's all over. In Alabama is my daughter with 2 grandchildren there. And my Florida friends are all here. No family members, actually.
Okay.
I do have a housemate that's helping me and staying with me at the moment. Yeah.
All righty, Anna. Well, let's take a look. I'm going to use the Lenormand for this because it can be very literal when we're looking at something like a move and still have those nuances you're looking for as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's another big move for me.
Yeah. But you know
I
what?
was here 5 years.
Wonderful, though, that you're going to be closer to your grandchildren. Mine are 14 and a half hours away, and I have yet to see them. They're both at like about a year and a half old.
Oh.
And we haven't even
mine range from 14 down to 1 year also. And the ones I'm moving close to is the first grandchild, then his sister. So 2 grandchildren. And everyone will visit me when I'm there because then they have the opportunity to visit them as well. And up until now, I didn't get visitors. Yeah.
All right. So interestingly, the first cards that come up are the sun and the letter. So this is showing me that the paperwork is going to go really well, and financially, because finances, money falls under the letter as well because it's paper. This is anything paper. So this is letters. I don't have the ring here, which would be contracts, but they are written on paper. So, and
we did it through the phone.
This is probably something to do with paper that's got to be mailed back and forth and, emailed or some form of messaging back and forth with it. So it looks like everything's going to go well. And especially I'm reading that letter as the money too, because we have the bear after it. And so bear is like large sums of money, as well as the mother card. And so the maternal figure that you're moving as the mother and grandmother, and also that you're moving close to the one who is the mother, I feel like, this is where I love how the cards can layer meanings, and there can be several meanings to one card. And it, like I said, kind of why I wanted the Lenormand for this. Now, bear and the whip. But here, I'm not feeling the whip or broom as a negative card, because it's also repetitive actions or things like really happening fast. So the moon, there's always like this flurry of activity, right? So I'm not real surprised to see the whip creep in here to this reading.
Yes.
And then
I don't know what a whippoorwill is, but it's a bird. I know that it's a bird.
Yeah, so the whip being followed by the anchor is also kind of like this flurry around your hopes and things. And I feel like this is showing that this is a very anchoring, shall we say, move for you. All right?
Yes, my last move. It should be my last move. This is the best house I'd ever have.
That's exactly what I was feeling. Like, all this activity's okay, because once you move and get settled in, you're staying there. You're not doing this again. It was exactly
everything's on the first floor, even the kitchen and the bedroom and laundry room, and everything I need is right in the same location. And it's
there you go. That's how I've set this house up, because that was my intention here. Is this is my last house, and I wanted to make it so that I could age in place. And so the anchor being followed by the key tells me that's going to be very successful too, that you're going to be staying there.
Anchor and key. That sounds cool.
Yeah. And that key to the new door and everything too, and to a new community, the garden.
Yes.
So, and it's
a gated community, so it's safe.
Oh, nice. Okay. See, I told you they can be very.
I don't even have to have the pool in my yard. The pool's in the community. So I don't have to worry about fixing it, and they do my lawn. Yeah.
Yeah. When I mirror these across each other, we started with the sun, and then mirroring across all those cards is the garden. I feel like this is going to be a very positive thing for you, with not just the community there, but everybody you asked about, your friends, your family, your whole thing. I think it's going to work out well for all of those relationships.
Yeah.
Because we have the key with the garden, and we have the sun mirroring the garden. So,
good.
And I feel like there's going to be a little too, because that whip and that flurry of activity, I feel like some of that is like the assistance that people are going to give you too.
Oh.
But it's definitely going to be a lot of activity around that.
Yeah. I have to bring the things I love and not hoard like I have in the past. Because I have right now 2 homes. I'll have to sell the other home after. But the thing
and that's this coming in, because there is going to be a little sense now of stress because of the unknown of that.
What was the first part of the sentence?
I said that's where I feel these 2 cards from the bottom, the shadow or surprise cards at the bottom have come in, with the cross kind of being a burden, because then we have the book, which, because we know that we have this stress coming of the move, but also until you hear something, until you get that other house on the market, like you said, you've got that like extra stress now of 2 houses. I still feel everything's going to work out okay, because everything was really positive overall in that reading. So
thank you.
Just
the movers,
prepare right now.
Movers. Pardon me?
I would start doing everything you can right now for the move, like starting to, declutter what you can declutter.
Yeah.
Pack what you can pack. Start taking steps a little bit each day to get ready for it. Because I definitely feel like this is coming, and it's all going to go really fast, but really, really well. All right.
Oh, good. Well, I'm going to get professional movers. I'll have people helping me pack. I have someone staying in my home with my cat if I have to go alone, anyway. And then my house is cared for because I have a housemate here who's a boyfriend, and he'll help me. And then he has a place to stay in the meanwhile while when I move. So he has time to plan his future too. And then so I wanted to know how things will go. I'm always concerned about everybody around me.
Well, like I said, it looks like it's going to be really great for everybody because of that sun and garden and the key in the garden and the whole bit.
Oh,
so community, that's everybody involved. Everything is really good. So,
and I planted trees a year and a half ago, leche trees, fruit trees. I want to bring them. Do they live in Alabama just as well as they do in Florida? That's what I wondered.
Good.
Yeah.
So little bit of home.
That's the garden.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a great day. Thank you. Bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Spiritual Connections with Psychic Medium Cindy. Psychic Medium Cindy. Live from Facebook.com/Psychic Cindy. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Spiritual Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. Great to be here tonight. Hope everybody had a good Thursday. So what was I going to talk about tonight? I thought I should probably mention that I've had an interesting week of readings when it comes to like abundance cards coming in. And when I did my weekly reading for my Facebook, Instagram group collective there, they have a bunch of abundance cards, but they also have some transformation cards. And I thought I would bring, this is the card of the day today that we have, which is the death card, which is in this tarot deck by Pat Pierce. It's just a beautiful art image on there of actually the skull, which kind of looks like the skulls that they have in Mexico. And it actually has the third eye there for protection and all that stuff. And a lot of times when people see the death card, they think, oh God, somebody's going to die or I'm going to die or whatever. But it has absolutely nothing to do with that. It's all about transformation. It's all about new beginnings. And it is usually a sign in our world, in the spiritual world, that something big has happened and there's a big change. And I've seemed to be getting these cards a lot the last few days. So if you're feeling like a big change is coming, or you're starting to see like little things leading you to abundance, maybe changes in your career, changes in your relationship, it's time to embrace it. Just embrace it, because it's happening whether we like it or not. Is how I feel with what I've been doing all week. So I did a lot of readings today, so I'm really sorry. I feel kind of like a little bit out of it, but it was a big day for me. So I'm just going to pull a few cards for all of us while we're waiting for a caller. Let's just see what you guys listening tonight need to know. What does the spirit world want you to know, other than waiting for your transformation and your abundance to come in? What do you need to know? Oh, look at that. This is too funny. All right. So right from go, like the first card is the Page of Pentacles, which means news is coming in about some sort of abundance. This is all about money and talent and skills. This can be like you sort of embracing your hidden talents. Like, maybe you play the guitar and now you're like, I think I'll offer lessons, or, maybe I'll sell some of this artwork. But I mean, whatever it is, they're encouraging you to do it. The next card is the Nine of Pentacles, which is a beautiful card. And it's really all about independence and prosperity and financial security. Yet again, like more pentacles, more money. And the last one, or the next one, is the Four of Pentacles, which is yet again about stability and security. So it's so funny that I'm talking about abundance, and then boom, all these pentacles come out. The last card that did come out, interestingly enough, is the Hanged Man. But this time it came out upside down. So, which tells me, yeah, you know what? We've all been stuck when it comes to our abundance, when it comes to, waiting for things to come in, maybe waiting for money to come in, maybe waiting even for test results. If you have any health issues going on, whatever you've been waiting for, with the Hangman reverse, it tells me, hey, you know what? That time of being stuck is over. And just welcome it. Open up. Clear any debris, give space for the universe to bring you in what you want, because it's happening. So, this is great. So we have a caller now. We have Vinny from Tasmania in Australia. So, hi, Vinny.
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks. Good. I feel broken heart. I'm dating with someone about a month, and then about 2 weeks ago, he pulled himself. He said he's not ready for a relationship. I'm not sure, is it true what he said, or he just want to pay up, or maybe my ex has been chasing him, telling badly about me. So I'm not sure if he want to come back or not. Please let me know what you can see. His name is Matthew, please. Okay,
sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right. I'm going to start with something like a little bit basic, and then we'll go like a little bit more into detail, just see kind of what's going on here, right? How's he feeling? What's the big picture?
Yeah.
And then we'll get more into the details. What do you need to know about this guy? You think he got scared off, eh?
Sorry?
You think he got scared off, maybe, by somebody, huh?
I'm not sure. We just dating for 1 month. It was really good. And then suddenly he texts me, I'm sorry, I'm not ready for a relationship. So without explanation, yeah, I don't know, is it real, or is it my ex-husband contacting and telling badly about me? Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible. Anyway, the first card, interestingly enough, the first card I got for you with this is Memories of Love. The number 6 is all about union and partnership, and usually like happiness and stuff. But there's mixed messages right from go. in the obstacle, I do have heartache and loss. And I feel that that sort of view. You're like, what? Like, things were going good. And now, like, I'm heartbroken over this. Like, what's happening? The universe is telling you that you are going to heal from it. You have the emotional loss card next, which is all about healing. And number 5 is all about change. I feel it has rocked you a bit with your self-esteem too, because you just, you really like this guy. So they want you to focus on that. They want you to focus on your self-esteem, like focus on the fact that you are definitely worthy of having like the best person that you should have. And the universe will make that happen, whether in any way that they can, which usually ends up with us being heartbroken for a little while. But they are telling me that the outcome for you is a positive movement forward. Kind of gives me the impression that this guy needed to leave you for a reason. But I'm going to pull some more cards and just see if we can find out why. You're going to rebound from this a lot faster than you think. I think.
Yeah.
Okay. You really are. Oh. You're going to be pleasantly surprised by how strong you're going to get. Because a lot of those are fast moving cards. So let's just see. All right. This should bring us some answers here, Vinny.
Yeah.
Okay, so the card that I have for him is the 5 of Wands, which is all about sort of like conflict and debate and competition, which is making me think that possibly somebody did come in and tell him something and kind of scare him off a bit. But what's really kind of interesting is that he sees you as the King of Wands, and the King of Wands is all about motivation and standards and high standards and stuff. So yet again, he knows that you have high values and high morals, right?
Yeah.
And and I'm not saying that he doesn't. I'm just saying that there's some sort of conflict going on with him. When he sees your relationship, he sees heartache, he sees the 3 of Swords, which is heartache, heartbreak, sorrow, and grief. So he's just as upset about it as you are. He's not happy that this is the way it happened. But if we could, something hidden about him or something that we don't know about him is the Knight of Swords, and which is all about conflict and tension, so he's conflicted. He starts off with the competition and debate, like, I'm not really quite sure. And then he's sad, but now inside he's really like, what should I do? What did I do? Should I do that? Shouldn't have did this or did this. When the future of your relationship at this point looks like it's the world, which is completion and success and rewards and all the stuff that the world will give you, but it's not going to give it to you until this relationship ends. So it's really kind of confusing. I'm really having a hard time trying to figure this out. But the lesson is the Ace of Wands. Did anything happen with him recently? Like, I know you're thinking that it's your ex-husband, but did anything happen with him, like, work-wise lately that you know of?
Sorry?
Did anything happen with him, like, work-wise? Like, did he have any trouble at work, or is he having any problems, like, with friends or family or something like that?
Maybe with the ex-wife, maybe. I'm not sure about work. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
maybe
he said there's too much going on to me at the moment. I'm not ready to relationship.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's maybe where it's coming. So he really I think he really does like you, and I think that he's not really happy with what he had to do. But I think that there's something going on with him, and maybe it is the ex-wife. Maybe he just has to get this settled. Because if I pull another card to get some information, we have the Queen of Swords, and the Queen of Swords is interesting because she is very strong, and she's all about the truth and being honest. And I know that that's what he wants to give you. Like, he wants to be honest and tell you the truth. He does see you as the Three of Cups, which is all about abundance and love and friendship. But when he sees your relationship, yet again, we have the Nine of Wands, which is about boundaries and support. They just feel that, I think he's a really honorable person, but he's not able to give you what you want, and because of that, he's walked away from you. Because what's hidden about him is the Four of Swords, which is rest and recovery, and that's just like, I gotta walk away. The future of the relationship is the Six of Swords, which is him walking away, or him like sort of sailing away to calmer waters. So I would say he's out of your life for now for a reason. The universe is doing this. He's not in a good place to give you what you want. I think there's more conflict than you maybe realize. So I'm really sorry to tell you that, but you know what? You are going to recover from this really quickly. So just embrace that. And I wish you all the best, Vinny. Sorry I didn't have better news. But thanks for calling.
Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, thanks for joining me tonight. Sorry I didn't have good news for Vinny, but you know what? The universe always does this for a reason, because you know what? She's meant to be with somebody absolutely wonderful that's going to match her and support her and give her everything she needs. And if this man is able to do that in the future, he will come back. That always happens. All right, have a great week, everybody. I'll be back next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. We're going to start right at the top with the astrology. I'm going to go through each of the signs in a minute, sun, moon, and rising. We've got some key pieces coming up. We've got the equinox in the Northern Hemisphere. And we've got a Capricorn full moon with that, and the Sun and Venus moving into Cancerian, which is going to bring a push and pull between our intimate world and our world of responsibility. However that plays out, work versus family, relationship versus demands in your work life. It could be money could be at the issue of a few things. And coming to a head, we've got Pluto sort of interjecting in a couple of ways along, and as it kind of dips back at the end of the month into Capricorn, sort of amplifies this energy, because we actually have two full moons in Capricorn. So to amplify that emotional energy, it's going to be some big stuff. And so if I go to each of the signs, Sun, Moon, and Rising, your Sun sign's the divine masculine. It's the world you're responsible for, in a sense, your identity, how, and then you've got the divine feminine, your Moon sign, your inner body, home, that inner child stuff. And then you've got the ascendant, how you kind of combine those two together and move them forward in life. And so if I start with Aries, Sun, Moon, or Rising, your message for the week is asserting yourself. And this Aries are like, I got that under wraps. Right. But go for what you want. The time is right. You're going to be making a lot of deep and soulful connections, soulmate connections. They could be two-legged and four-legged soulmate connections. There's the birth of ideas, the birth of opportunities. And when it says to assert yourself, I feel like moving your agenda forward, what's in your highest and best order and your goodest, your best need, goodest, I don't even know where that word came from. And so your best need, but very light stick, as we got some major energy going on with Mars and Uranus in Taurus, which is stuff you value. And so really heading you could be going there. Don't get too single focused. Don't do this at the expense of everything else. Don't burn any bridges in this process. Don't try to get what you want at the cost of something that could be friends, people. So keep that in mind. They're my lovely little Aries. Taurus. Okay, well, Taurus, man, this Mars energy, along with that water, earth polarity. I mean, pretty much most planets are in those signs, both water and earth. And so it's going to be some heavy stuff for you. I mean, it could be some strokes of luck that you didn't know you could pull out of thin air. It could be maybe you fall in love. Maybe the timing's right for a couple of things in your life, Taurus. A sudden change of luck is just what you needed. Because boy, oh boy, it's been kind of grindy for little Tauruses. And things are going to work in your favor, and it's going to be an excellent time to be invited out. Like, it could be like friends of concert tickets. Oh, come on out. Or there's lots going on in your neighborhood. You can go out, or you're just in a better financial position, or in a good kind of lucky little position where you get freebies, free stuff, good swag, invitations out, times that you can enjoy, and some real luck, and particularly around this equinox, and coming through communications for you. That's going to be really maybe just the news you wanted to hear. That'd be kind of nice. Or maybe your words carry magic and they swoon the right people. That could be kind of fun. Hey, Tauruses. Now, Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, oh boy, you've had a whole stellium in your sign, and we have some real mercurial energy around communication. So it is around this for you in a big ways. And if I thought of the big travel could come up for you, opportunities, news from, maybe you just want to break free and go places, and that could be road trips, that could be getting away to the lake, making plans for the summer, if you're on the other side of the world, the winter. And but really looking at any communications, they're going to open up things in your life, exciting experiences, and singles as well. For single Geminis, this could be quite good. This could be lots of chatter, lots of people coming out of the woodworks, and career advancement for others. That there could be things that are being talked about, plans, things you're coming up with, a bit of a golden child for a while. And life can throw things at us, but just know, no matter what life throws at you, Gemini, I feel like you're going to be able to either talk your way out of it, talk your way up around it, or maybe talking about it could get you through it. Okay, Geminis. I'm going to go to my little Cancerians. boy, oh boy, this is a powerful time for you. Happy birthday is coming up because you've got the sun, you've got Venus heading in there, you're going to Mercury, you're going to have this 2 powerful full moons in your house of partnership and a powerful reset button and a Cancerian new moon. And so I feel like this could be a time of reflection, reflecting on who's friends. You could have new friendships come in, you could have other friendships end. You are going to become stronger no matter what happens in that. You could be really defining who your group is, where you have a sense of belonging, where you feel like you have a sense of purpose and direction. And this doesn't have to be necessarily your job. I mean, I hope you find that through your job and through people you work with and that group. But little Cancerians, this could come through just really defining your community stance, where you belong. It could even be your reputation in the community. Maybe you get a little kudos, tap on the shoulder. Maybe there's something around natural community leadership for you that's going to come up for you as well, little crabs. So that feels pretty good. And then we go to Leos. Boy, oh boy, it's been kind of a bumpy road and shocking news for Leos. And this could come like with work or the bigger companies. Maybe it was an old job and you dodged a bullet. And so challenges to present themselves. And all you're really wanting is a time out this summer. You're like, I just want holidays and I just want off. And there could be some unusual conflicts that come up, and they could come up with work options, work conflicts, people around work. And you getting involved can make matters worse. I feel like I like the idea of taking time off and taking a break and stepping back, seeing the bigger picture, getting a bigger perspective on things, because there could just be drama that comes up around you. It's not so much going to have to be about you, but it could impact you. And so I want you just to be really mindful about the power struggles that be, and they're going to come in weird ways. They could be coworkers, they could be your partner with other people, they could be news that you hear that maybe you're feeling conflicted, maybe you can't release the news yet, and yet, you're like, oh, this person needs to know it, but I can't say nothing. And so that's my little skull. I can't have him here for communication purposes today, and my crystal skull. And so very mercurial energy. And so just keep that in mind, that maybe you not saying anything or maybe standing back and observing. I feel like you personally will have options. You personally would be in a different mindset or perspective than maybe those around you. So keep that in mind, Leo. Virgo, sun, moon, rising. Boy, oh boy, Virgo. There's this weird sort of polarity, both with Pisces. We've got a retrograde Saturn happening, a retrograde Neptune happening. Between now and the next 6 weeks, things going over in your partnerships, house of partnerships, things that old and new, people from your past, people from your present, things that you need to look at around maybe deciding where you want to move forward in things. And be careful of burnout. You work really hard and you will see results, but your health, and that needs to be maintained. And also check in, doctor, dentist, that kind of stuff, massage therapist. Don't forget the self-care stuff. And if you have, a healthcare plan and you're fortunate to have that at work, they do have hopefully massage therapy or employee assistance plan around therapies. And trying to stick to a discipline around a healthy lifestyle. Maybe you're going to make some decisions about work-life balance. Maybe you're going to make some decisions about what you're going to value, or and if you're not being valued, just keep that in mind. You could find some burnout with that. And that could also be burnout of bridges, that because you're not making the time. Libra, sun, moon, rising. Libra, money stuff. Ooh, boy, I just feel like you could have some really good money stuff coming in. It could come through estate. It could come through documents, papers, practices, contracts, things you got to sort through, get professionals to look at for sure. Guard yourself against any, foolish, impulsive decisions, deceptions, and, double check anything on mistakes. So if you have any important documents that need to be reviewed, get a professional to review them. They could benefit you in big ways. I just don't want you to miss a step. I don't want you to miss something. And the other piece is to declutter things out of your life, to declutter people, places, and events that no longer, serve you. I mean, if you're not going to wear it in 6 months, you're not going to speak to them, you never communicate with them, empty out contact lists, empty out, really kind of declutter and you're going to make room for new things, new outfits, new people, all those great stuff. And come fall, which is your season to shine, that could be a new fashion statement for you or a new look. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. This is going to be some interesting time with Mars and Uranus in your house of partnership. You've got your 9th house lit up pretty high. You've got your 6th house lit up pretty high in your charts. And so this is going to be an important time where you could have property opportunities where you live, security sale. It could be transactions. It could be leases and agreements. It could be things that you're needing to sign. And there could also be challenges. And this could be about other people. This could be about kids, family, grandchildren, other family members, their property where they live. Maybe you're the problem solver having to kind of get in there and get things done or sorted. And I want you to be a little bit selfish. And I want you to be a little bit what you need, your security, what's best for you in the long term, what's best for you in the long run, what's best for you in terms of what those needs could be, because I feel like whatever you're going into could be pretty long term. Sagittarius, sun, moon, rising, commitments to your word, commitments to things you've said, commitments to your job. Maybe there's new opportunities popping up for you, new commitments popping up for you. But you'll be making commitments around love or business. And I feel like, boy, it'll make you feel better. It will make you feel better. It'll make you feel really good about plans coming, about things coming up for you. I have good vibes around that, particularly for our Sagittarians the next little while. Capricorn, sun, moon, rising, romance, love is set to sizzle. The chance for romance is high. Seeking connections will find them. That could even be turning out to be you loving yourself, you doing self-care, you loving or agape love, giving generously to community, your time, efforts, money, or that you could take time to reach out to people who do need care. And so this is going to be a big time to spread the love, feel the love, accept the love, those kinds of things. Aquarian, sun, moon, rising, your freedom is a big deal. Sunshine, opportunities, they could come up with you being able to step out and be more independent, you being able to really shine. And it has a level of responsibility to it. So although you're going to be able to shine, you got to take responsibility and you got to stick to, and there's going to be maybe opportunities to travel, get away, things you've been kind of excited about coming up. And I just feel get prepared, be prepared, get things that you need to have. And you're going to see some real growth with maybe friendships and fabulous communications and different relationships around you. Now, be mindful about, people struggling possibly with depression, anxiety, dark moments, dark sides. That could be you. That could be people pulling you in. That could be things going on around you. And to find some balance and always seek therapies and help. And remember to remind people to do that as well. That would be good friend advice, or that would be something that you could help them out with. Pisces, sun, moon, rising. This next little while, it's all about your future. You've got a couple of retrogrades. Your ruling planet and Saturn going to be retrograding, June and July. And really over the summer, being able to go over your vision, what you want, where you're at, because major life changes are coming by your birthday. Major life changes, these planets go forward because you got whole bunch of eclipses coming up for you that's going to really transform your life, your identity, your destiny, where you're going, what your purpose is, and and those things really starting to reach out to you and giving you tastes of that. Now you can't really make too many decisions until these eclipses are done with you by the fall of next year, and I just feel like those changes could turn out to be quite good for you, and it could be really around things that you envisioned that you never thought could happen, and boom, there they are. Again, you can find me at Bernice Bisson Psychic at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And I do full readings. I read full time. I'm an artist and a psychic, and that's all I do. And I read video and in person as well. So we're going to go to our first caller. I've got Jenny in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Jenny, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm absolutely wonderful. Jenny, how can I be in service to today?
I'm just kind of wondering, whatever comes to mind, a general sense of finance, health, family, any kind of guidance. Anything that really comes to mind.
Okay. So my name is Bernice Bisson, and I'm in Winnipeg. And I'm going to begin with, let's just start with the day and month of your birthday.
Okay, it's July 2nd.
Oh, you're a little Cancerian. Let's talk about this. I talked a bit about this in the astrology ahead of time, ahead of this call. And so I want to begin with, you have a major reset button coming. You're kind of going to be standing what I call it like the edge of the abyss, being able to make some bigger life decisions, and really about your sense of belonging in your community, where you live and work, where your purpose could be in your community as well. There is a couple of powerful full moons, both in Capricorn, which is your house of partnership, which could bring structure, boundaries, firm discussions around people that you could have across from. That could be anyone you've made commitments to. That includes work commitments. I want you to be careful a little bit for some burnout. I feel like you're going to enter into a period, little crab, around lots of hard work or lots of running around and having different obligations to meet, particularly this next 3 or 4 months. Whereas this is the time I really want you to be able to kind of try to find some balance with that, because I do think that there could be stressful situations at work, or that you have multiple demands on you with work that you could be feeling like, oh, I just can't. I want to just blow it up. And I feel like, don't blow it up, just take time off. Just take some time off. There's going to be something coming up in the next 4 months around your health. And I feel like you're going to really take charge, or you're really going to make commitments and disciplines around your health and well-being. And there's something about your dental, and that could be maybe you're just getting your teeth worked on. Maybe you'll get some dental work done. And there's something also that may pop up, that could pop up in your throat area, ear, sinus. And also, if I think about your wellness, it's also going to be around you really working on your health and well-being. You could be reinventing yourself. You could be recommitting to different health regimes, because you're going to be on, your mindset's going to be around total health and well-being. And I feel like that's going to really pay off for you in a big way, really in a big way. It's more about bigger lifestyle changes, health style changes. And that includes, Spirit keeps telling me to tell you this, that includes when I go back to hard boundaries with people and having really clear communications, and not maybe getting pulled into people's drama or gossip in work or areas in your day-to-day sort of world. Because I feel like you just want peace. You don't want to get pulled into things that don't belong to you. I also feel like there is, I don't know, there's going to be a man around you who feels like the energy I keep getting is impatient. He's going to be impatient with you. He's going to keep trying to light a fire under your butt to get you moving on something, or to trigger you to move on something. I feel like I almost feel like when this man comes, because I feel like it poses as a bit of a challenge. I want you to like grind your heels in and do things on your own timeline, create your own rules and boundaries. I don't want you to get pushed around. And I feel like because you as a Cancerian, you just want to make things work. I just want things to work. I just want peace. I just want, because you're a natural sort of problem solver. So I almost feel like, I don't know, this man could be kind of impatient and demanding. And I'm going to say your best way of dealing with this is going to be, firm no's, firm boundaries, like this time, that time, and on your own time. Because I feel like, again, there's this energy where you might be getting pulled in several directions. And I want you to really pull your power back and call your power back to yourself, and recommit to things that are a priority or were a priority to you that could have become sort of, lost in translation or lost in other obligations. There is this is a time I keep feeling like you're moving on or you're moving forward. And there's something really quite good and quite focused around your financial. And if you focus on the past, things you lost, things that, commitments, don't do that. I want you to use this new moon that's going to come up for you in the next 2 weeks to really move forward, to really jump forward. And go to your mentors, advisors, experts for advice around maybe even your money, savings, organizing, and really getting on top of your financial situation. And this includes something about really, I hear in my head, managing your debt, or you're getting really committed to your financial well-being. And that could be part of the boundaries and saying no, and not feeling like you're getting pulled in 1,000 directions. And so I also feel like there's, okay, I know we all have a lot of deceased people, and I know in life that happens, but there's something that keeps coming up in my mind's eye around a couple of messages. One is, there's this man who died. He was like the glue, and he feels like an older gentleman. There's a woman who's still alive where you live or out where you are. There could be some health issues or something where you have to attend to someone's needs there, or that you'll have to attend to their needs and news. I also feel like you could have also visitors coming from another province, possibly, or you're way out in one of the most beautiful places in the world. I don't understand how beautiful it is where you live, but there's going to be visitors or people coming there. So I don't know. It feels like an intentional type of trip. And
my mom is she's diagnosed with health issues, and we have the identical health issues. We have COPD and emphysema, and she's actually coming home, and my sisters are coming home too, and she's been very sick. So they're actually going to be home on the 24th of this month.
So that's so good. I'm so happy about that, because I feel like, and you know what, I'm going to make you the rest of my show, only because I feel like I need to talk about your mom and your sister as well, as I'm talking about you in this message. And of course this gets posted later, so you can go back and they can listen to this as well. And so I'm going to continue to message. And the other piece that keeps coming really strong for me, so that this man who passed, and it's interesting in my mind's eye, he's funny, he's direct, he's like, tell it like
my boyfriend. My boyfriend passed 7 years ago.
Oh, I'm going to send you so much love, and I'm going to keep messaging through this, because I feel like he wants me to tell you. So I'm going to just keep talking about it, because he's like, talk about me. Don't forget me. Don't forget me. He's funny. He's direct. He's tell it like it is. I don't know. He has a cat on his lap. I don't know what the cat means, but do you know what it means?
I'm not sure right now. I'm just kind of.
Okay, I'll keep talking. There's he's sitting there like I would just be petting a cat and on his lap, and he's looking out a window, and I feel like he has with him another man who wasn't old when he passed. He could have been in his late 50s, early 60s. And I feel like there's something about his teeth. He's missing a tooth or something. But anyway, he's with this man who's also very funny. And I do feel like there's a strong D and a strong B. And in letters, people's names I'm supposed to talk about. I also feel like this August is really important. I don't know why so much, but there's like some sort of celebration this summer that feels happy amidst what I know that you're feeling heaviness of your family's health. I feel like if I talk about your mom and her health issues, I feel like, maybe she wants to come home, and she should be like, I don't want to leave. And I do feel like your mom maybe needs more help, or she, you know, she has to stop. She has to stop herself sometimes, and she can't be helping everyone else. She can't be bailing people out. She can't. And I feel like you might have to stand up for her and tell people that.
Yeah.
Okay. And there could be a man who's challenging. There could be a man who's alive, who's a bit challenging, and who's going to have good boundaries. You will, because you're a crab and you got pinchers. And if I think about your sister and the energy around your sister, I feel like it's going to be so good to have everyone there. I feel like the two of you are very different characters from each other. And I feel like I see the three of you like three musketeers all together. And I feel like that's good. I am going to say that there's something with your sister's health that feels kind of chronic, and that there's around medication, adjustments to medication, looking at medication. We're going to keep it. There could still be something being adjusted around that for her.
It makes sense for me because I'm actually in the process of getting my medication adjusted. And I do have a chronic illness.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
If I can ask, can I ask about two dogs, someone's dogs?
Two dogs?
Do you have two of?
I've had like growing up or now?
Well, this is why I'm asking. Where's why I'm asking? Where there's one dog, there's a second dog visiting or a second dog showing up. You could be an adoption. It could be a decision on the dog. And I'm going to say you'll know about that within 3 or 4 months. Now, I've got about 30 seconds left, so I'm going to leave you with this. Whatever adjustments are coming with your medication, you are going to start to physically feel a lot better. There's something very much about your body in pain, and you'll start to feel better. I'm sending so much love and light to you, and your mom and your sister, and I think you're going to have a beautiful time together. And thank you for tuning into Psychic Tuesday. And thank you to everyone. And we'll see everyone in 7 days. Have a great week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, and welcome to Astrology and Psychic Reading with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. I hope you've all had an amazing week ahead. So I know this week has been a bit frustrating for people with things not going correctly, and there's been frustrations on the planets that we had, or these different squares that we had. But the good news is they are going to be ending this week. So from the 17th onwards, things should be looking better for this week coming up. So we still do have that up until the 17th. We still have the square with Mercury and Venus with Saturn. And we still got the whole week, we still will have the square with Mercury and Venus with Neptune, and also the one with Mars and Pluto. But from the 17th I said the main one, the Pluto, Venus and Mercury will end with Saturn there. So that will be an end to sort of problems with the communication or with relationships or even financial stuff there. We've also got coming up on the 17th, we've got a sextile that's happening also with Venus and Mars. And then also too, coming up later in the week, Mercury will also join that sextile to Mars. So with that, that's going to bring up be more motivated with relationships or communication, and it'll probably give you more of a courage, more strength here. But I feel like it's going to be about sorting out things and getting things clear, clearing the air. I feel like with that energy that's going to come up, and so things moving more seamlessly and plans working through a bit better as well. I feel like that's when it'd be a good time if you needed to sign a contract. That would be coming up too. Before then, like especially like over the weekends or this square, we're not a good time to sign contracts. We have some more frustrations and more things coming up with communication. But when that ends off on the Monday, it should be a lot better. We've also got a conjunction with Mercury and the Sun on that's going to be on the 14th. So that day is going to be your mind's going to be overloaded in what's happening around you. Also, I feel like maybe more talkative than usual, but it is going to be in Gemini, so it'd be very talkative, and a lot of like stuff going on in your head. Then we've also got a conjunction on the 17th so Monday with Venus and Mercury, and that's going to be probably where you're thinking, because Mercury is about communication in the mind, Venus is love, it's finances too. So that's probably going to thinking about certain finances, certain these relationships, getting those, again, sorting out any issues with relationships coming up. It's a good day for that. You might hear some news from someone that you least expect, or there could be, if you're waiting to hear from someone, you might hear from them that day. And then on the 18th, these two planets are going to move together into Cancer, which is more about feeling, I feel like there's more aspects about home. Globally, we might see some things happen to do with like housing markets around the world, whether it be positive or more communications about how to maybe about the markets and where they're going, where it's sitting, how that can change. And then we've got that sextile with Mars I spoke about. So it is going to be a different week coming up. I feel like it's more relaxed coming up after Monday. I do feel like that people are going to feel like quite pleased themselves about enjoying life. I feel like this week also is going to be about looking at life lessons that's coming up too. People feeling more happy within themselves. And I feel like people are having that realization about things happening for a reason too that's coming up. So let's go to the caller. So we have Evelyn here, who's from California. So hi, Evelyn. How are you today?
I'm great. Thank you for taking my call, Daniela.
That's okay. How can I help you?
I was in a 2.5-year relationship, and it recently ended, and that left me perplexed, confused. But what I really want to know is, in the future, if I'm going to be in a romantic and loving relationship that's going to lead to marriage and children. I feel like a time restraint. I'm 41. I'm not a mother yet, so that's always in the back of my mind.
Okay. All right. So for you, I get one child for you. So I do feel like there is children for you, but I get one. So I do feel like there is you are going to be a mum. I also see a cat around you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a cat?
I don't.
Okay. I do see, I don't know, I see a cat. So I feel like maybe you might be getting a cat or, I just see a cat around you. So I just feel like there could be a sense of getting a cat. But I do get one baby, one child. I feel like there hasn't been, I don't feel like you're making mistakes here. I just feel like it's just life is where I feel like is where you're at. And I feel like I feel like there's also some nervous energy around you as well. Maybe you're feeling quite nervous and quite tense. And I just feel like things around you are feeling very unstable at the moment too. I feel like you've had a lot of life lessons, but also are you looking in the sort of the wrong places? I don't feel like meeting someone online works out for you. I just feel like online is not as positive. I feel like when you're going to meet someone, you are meeting them face to face. I do see you meeting someone, and I see them as being quite broad, with broad shoulders. They're wearing a football jersey, so I do feel like maybe they're a fan of football. I think they're quite broad, or maybe they even play. I get that they're light coloured hair that's quite short, like short light coloured hair. I feel like they're very confident in themselves, this person. And where are you? Meeting them. Where are you? I feel like you're meeting them. I feel like you're like a group of people you are meeting. I feel like you are out. I feel like you are taken back. I feel like this person can be also quite charming too. Even though I see them having a bit of an ego, but I feel like at the same time they can be quite modest as well. And I do feel like they can be quite charming too. I feel like, I know he likes to use like the ticking clock, but I just feel like by November, which could be by November next year or this year, I kind of think at first next year, but I feel like by November, it's about November, whether this year or next year, you're feeling more confident in yourself too. But it's also, I feel like at the moment you're doing a lot of self-reflecting. You're living in California, but are you living in somewhere like a small unit or a small house?
It's a small town. My house is it's about 1,500 square feet. It's not too small. It's not too big.
Okay. Just feel like small place. And I just feel like where you're living, it's like a hustle, like busy area. Or whether you meet this person when you're going to be in a busy town. I just kind of feel like I'm in the city area, and I do feel like city as well, too. I just feel like by November, perhaps when you meet this person, whether it be November this year or next year, when will she have children? Look, I'm going to say by 43, there's a baby at 40 by 43. I'm going to say for you, I feel like you're going to be very happy. You are very successful as well. You're not the problem here. I feel like you're blaming yourself, and you're not the problem. I feel like you've picked the wrong people. It's just like we all have experienced different lives, and you just got to take it as experiences and life lessons. But I feel like that when you do meet someone, I do feel like things will happen quite fast. But you're also trying to think. You wanted to take this slowly, but it's fast. But you're also thinking things through, and you're trying to, I guess, rationalize everything, but also know what's meant to be. I feel like you might be moving. I just feel like there could be a sense of you of moving, relocating or moving somewhere as well. It could be moving out of California. I don't know. I just get I keep on seeing you like in a city, like a city area. It's like a busy area. I also want to say I'm not a doctor. I say I'm not a doctor, but I also feel like there could be issues with like stomach issues too for you as well. Yeah, I do see love for you. It's just been delayed. It's just a delay here. I just feel like there's a delay. But I mean, the love card has come out here. So I do feel like that. And I keep on hearing November. So I do feel like if it's not this November, it's next November for you. But I do feel like by 43, there's a baby for you by 43. I do feel like you're going to be living in a 3-bedroom house. I get for you. I feel like this person that you meet, they will have, like they're a good person, and I feel like that they do things well, and I do feel like that they're a really good person. I feel like they're quite genuine. But when they're with friends or they go out to drink, I feel like that's when maybe ego takes place, and they have a bit of an ego about them. But I do feel like they can, at the same time though, they can be quite humble too. And I keep on getting quite charming as well. I do feel like they have like a decent job too.
So this person has it all together. That's great. Do they have children, or they don't have any children? Because the person that you
I do get 2 children. I feel like they could have 2 children. So I do feel like there could be 2 children for this person that they've got. And they're happy to have one with you, but I do feel like they may have 2 children. I kind of feel like you go, and I do see a travel with you as well, but it's as a beach location. I do feel like kind of like Bahamas. It could be like a cruise that you're doing, but I do get like beach, but I kind of feel like Bahamas kind of vibe that you're going to. So I do get that as well for you.
Oh, I think you mentioned that I've been thinking about going somewhere tropical. And the Bahamas is different. For either Bahamas or Florida or Greece. Greece is not tropical, but those are places I'm considering.
Yeah, I felt Bahamas. But thank you for calling in today.
Thank you as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. You have a blessed day.
Okay. You too.
Thank you.
So if you'd like to contact me, you can. My Facebook page is Lady D Psychic Parties, the same as my website, and my Instagram is Lady D Psychic, and my TikTok is Lady D Psychic. My YouTube channel is Lady D, or if you can't find underneath that, you just look up Danielle Psychic. And I hope you all have an amazing week, and I'll see you same time, same place next week. So, bye everybody.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Bates. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you so much for tuning in. We always appreciate it. So we are already in the middle of the year, which is crazy. And in a few days, we're going to be having the solstice. So our chat today is going to be getting messages for the energies around the 2 Capricorn full moons that we're having this season and the solstice energies. So with the sun in Cancer and the moon in Capricorn, we have opposites at play, and it is a reminder to have a good balance in work and in rest and play. Now, Yasmin Bolin writes in Moonology that Capricorn is that part of us, the part of us that's in our chart, because you've got it somewhere in our chart, that knows that we need to build something during our lives. So it is about our ambitions for however long that we are able to do so, to the best of our ability. And Cancer energy is about home and family. It's looking after and nurturing ourselves and others. So it's a good time to think about well-balanced parts of our lives, how well-balanced they are, and reassess and reflect on it. If we are neglecting one for the other, maybe, because that happens pretty easily. So how we might be able to balance it out and realize where in our life that we can be more heart-centered and create more space in life to make that connection in ourselves, within our environment, our homes, and relationships, and work as well. So it's a good time to reflect on what so far this year has been working for us and what our responsibility is and what isn't. So this can always go back to my talk on what other people in our lives are carrying, what they're going through, allowing them to have their own process if they are shedding energies, and to not take on energies for them that they're trying to release or they're trying to work through, whether it's consciously on their part or unconsciously. But not taking on what's not for us to carry, and to think if anything in our lives that hasn't been working very well, what maybe we could do to get on track with that a little bit more, meet some goals, and take us through kind of the rest of the year when it comes to our goals, what we're desiring, envisioning for our life. So the second Capricorn full moon, because we're having 2 in Capricorn later on this season, in about a month from now, it's going to be in the late degrees of Capricorn. So it's a second chance, again, to really get back on track, to, help with this energy and seeing what is working for us. And it's a good time in the middle of the year, I think, to reassess what's working for us so far and what isn't, what we're here to build, and just to keep the different areas of our life balanced as much as possible. I mean, nothing's perfect, right? But, allowing more fun in life and letting go of changing what needs to be, and more balanced and flowing for this second part of the year. And then I went ahead and pulled some messages, tapping into our angels and guides to see what else they have to say about this. So from the Angels and Ancestors deck, the first card is to be graceful. Okay. This is kind of a message with thinking before you speak, sort of. Pause, reflect, give yourself grace, and connect with your inner master, your discipline. So discipline in the cards has come up a lot. This card speaks of it, and a few more speak of it too that I have pulled. So connect with your inner wisdom and discipline, and be mindful of instant gratification. So when you're making decisions, this energy is very grounded and self-aware. And to get in tune with what you really need, underneath that, like we have mountains, so standing your ground, they go together here. So the Stand Your Ground mountain card came out right with this, and they work together with this message about being focused on what is best for you. And this Stand Your Ground, talking about not allowing things for instant gratification to come in between what it is you're truly wanting. There also, for some people, feels like relationships also have to do with this. If they are creating a wedge, like maybe if it's unhealthy, and creating a wedge between you and your intentions, if that's something that you're dealing with, just try to remember to focus on your why, and then we have intend and create here as well with the High Priest. So this is talking about your intentions, your why, what you're creating, it's coming into fruition. So keep going and be mindful of distractions. Distractions are coming up a lot with this reading. With the Autumn card, we have the Release the Old and Get Rest. So this kind of feels like a big message with releasing what is not helping you move forward, okay? A lot of this has to do with maybe too much running around, distracting yourself, or busy work, focusing your energy and attention on things that are not giving to you, things that aren't serving your highest and best, something that's taking too much from you or draining you. Focusing on things, sometimes we ruminate on things that we're not happy about, whatever the case could be for you, but get your rest and renew your energy. If you get your rest, it'll help you renew your energy, but it's important not to focus on the things that I was just mentioning and to start to be more disciplined with where you're putting your energy, where you're putting your thoughts. Focus on what actually is for your highest good. And with the Rest card, I kept hearing chill, just chill. So this feels like a case where, you're kind of gathering help from others is also needed. So sometimes it's worth it also to hire somebody, to pay someone to help with extra work. So meditate on that. There's a strong message for someone. Taking care of your health is also a part of this with this rest and not putting your energy into too many things, being everything to everybody, that type of thing. Delegating, getting help. But then, the next message is Oracle. So wait for information, because you've got some kind of information coming that's going to help you. And something important about this is going to, bring in some type of opportunity, something that you need to know about an opportunity that's coming in. But your intuition is guiding you to something better than maybe what you're trying to focus on. And that's why that message of staying focused and standing your ground is coming through, to not get distracted by whether it be the past or what's not serving you is really important, because it's kind of, creating that wedge that I was talking about too for somebody. But something better is going to come in. So the next few weeks are going to be important. So get your rest over the next few weeks, because you might be hearing something soon. And, it's going to be an abundant opportunity. I was getting like a lot of abundance, like a lot of really forward movement is coming in that possibly that you have been wanting, thinking about, but it's important to go towards the path that is healthy and right for you. And then we got big happy changes. So where'd that one go? Right here. The big happy changes card came out and the abundance card came out. And it's going to be an abundant opportunity for somebody of you who are working towards those goals, on that path of transformation, creating something new, maybe working on something new, could be, your career or something, but it's going to actually keep getting better and better and better. And not just to be super positive or anything, but that's just the messages and the cards that were coming out. So not that there's anything wrong with being positive, but I'm not just trying to just to say that, but it's actually what has been coming through. So that's really good news. And of course, do what's right for you always. This is from our guides and angels, but you got to listen to what feels right for you. So for the rest of the year, I do feel a big shift coming to bring about, a lot of changes. And so just keep going is the message. It's going to be worth it. And, exactly what we were saying, a lot of confirmation was coming through. So I love how Spirit works with all that confirmation. Just remember, we're spiritual beings having a human experience. So connect with your spirituality, connect with the downloads your spirit team do want to bring in for you. And they are leading you towards a vision, towards something that you're creating. And some of you might be studying self-development, studying spirituality, but also just to mention that I'm now offering intuitive coaching. So I'm using my skills and the teaching that I learned, where I got my certification from the Chopra Institute, but it's to help people on their journey of personal transformation, spiritual development. If you are feeling stuck or have ever felt stuck, or maybe you know somebody that does, my sessions will help guide you to your inner wisdom and tap into your own intuition, kind of having conversations, expanding that for you. And, maybe if you are interested, always reach out to me, or if you'd like to book a reading, you can check that out in my link at stan.store/mediumandrea. And other than that, I hope you have a wonderful day and week. And if you have any questions, you can always contact me at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. Thank you. Bye.
Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Medicine for Your Spirit with Raylene Byrne. Raylene Byrne. Live from RayleneByrne.com. Moonstruck.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Medicine for Your Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Namaste, everyone. Raylene Byrne, Medicine for Your Spirit. So lovely to be here again. Where I am in the world, we're in the midst of winter, or the start of winter, and it's beautiful. The weather is just beautiful here. It's cold, but it's sunny and bright. What I wanted to do today, before I came on, I thought, where can I start today? So I picked up my book, Alchemy of Awareness. Where is it? There we go. You can see it that way. There we go, which is available on my website and Amazon, I think, whatever. I don't even know where it's available to be. Google it and you'll find it if you want. And I thought, how can we start this today? So I opened it up and went, okay, what's a message, a global, universal message for whoever's tuning in today that they might need for themselves? And I opened it up, and it's in the chapter of owning yourself and owning your life. And the declaration for it is simply this. So just take this in, receive this. Today, I embrace the new energy and align with my highest outcome. I choose to be present. And you know what? That's about the only way we can get through all the stuff that's going on right now, is to take a breath, open up to the new energy and be present. So I hope everything's going well where you are in the world amidst all the chaos that's happening and all the, toing and froing and the arguing and all the rest of it that's going on. It's not your story. That's how you own yourself. You go, you know what? That has nothing to do with me. So this is where I want to be in myself right now. I want to be at peace in myself. I just want to be at peace. I want to be open to receive everything that is for me in this life. And I really want to be in a place of gratitude. And this is what's going to help us get through some of the weird, kooky, crazy energy that's going on. I do have a caller, Liz from Staten Island. Hello, Liz. It's Raylene. How can I help or be of service or guidance for you today?
No, how you doing? Just like to get a reading, like for the day, what you foresee in the future for me and what lies out there.
Okay. Any specific thing or just a general overview?
Specifically with my husband and I.
Okay. So how long have you been with your husband?
24 years. 24
years. Well, congratulations. That's
okay.
That is some time. In this day and age where everything is instant gratification, everything's disposable, lasting that long is fantastic. So you will have, some history and some memories and some level of emotional bonding there. So let's see what we can say for Liz. So this is for Liz and her husband. Oh, hang on, I've just lost one. And this is a really interesting one. It flew out, absolutely flew out. And it is truth. This is about being truthful with yourself first. Okay. And then being truthful with your situation, and then being truthful with your partner. And it's always a tricky thing. I'm going to pull a couple more for you. Truth is a really interesting thing because what's true for us today may not be true for us in a week or 2 weeks or a month's time because of life experience. We learn things, we experience things, we might hear a different perspective that challenges something that we believe is true for us in this day, and then we can expand. So it's understanding what your truth is for you. And when I look at this, it's definitely heart stuff for you. There's a lot of heart stuff here. So you've got to be true to your own heart is what I'm hearing. So if you've got challenges or questions or issues going on, you've got to sit with yourself and go, okay, what is true for me with my principles, my understandings and how I want my life to be. What is true for me around this situation? And no one can tell you what that is. But often when people start asking me or anyone, what do you think is going on with my relationship? Straight away you know that there's something that they're uncertain about, or they're looking for either a way out, or they're looking to see if there's something going on that they don't know about. So this is all for you, is about your truth. And the truth that we need to tap into is our own knowing. So if you've got a feeling that something's not right, then you need to sit in that and look at what is it that is not feeling right here. Or if you think that there's something going on with your partner, you need to sit in that and go, what am I feeling around this? And just sit with it, not mentally overthink it, but just sit with the feeling. Because if something doesn't feel right, you need to work on, why isn't it feeling right for me? What is the truth I have around this? So that's your first thing to look at. That flew out. So you need to be very truthful with yourself and your situation. If it's something's not right, it's not right. If something needs to change, it needs to change. If something is wanting, a reconnection or igniting the fires again, if that's the feeling, then you need to look at that. So I can't tell you what it is. You will know what that is because it's to do with your truth. The next one around this is awakening. Okay, this is really interesting. This is awakening. This is starting to understand yourself even more. It's opening up to a different level of yourself. So the feeling I get with this is there's something in you that's wanting a little bit more space. A little bit more spaciousness, a little bit more, I suppose another word for space would be freedom. And it's very, is that correct for you?
Is it?
I'm asking you, is that correct for you?
Yes.
Yeah, wanting a little bit more freedom. So what, if you don't mind me asking, what's your age?
60, just turned 60.
Pardon?
Just turned 60.
Okay, all right. So you're coming out of your second Saturn return. So what's my purpose for the next 20 odd years? So this is quite common. And it's interesting because when we're in long-term relationships, often what happens between 50 and 60, the masculine and the feminine energy start to shift. And the masculine energy is about, normally up until 50, being out in the world, making money, filling their ego, having identity, being successful. And the feminine energy is about, come home and let me take care of you. I'm creating the nest. Let me nurture you. Between the age of 50 and 60, what happens? Those energies flip. So the masculine starts to want to be at home, being taken care of. And the feminine is going, I've been doing dishes for 25 years. I want something different. I want to go and explore. I want travel. I want adventures. I want to not have to do this all the time. I don't want to have to take care of somebody. I've done all that. So it's very, very interesting when that happens. So it does take a little bit of navigation if you want to stay united. But for you, if your truth is, I just want a little bit more space or freedom to know yourself or to explore things, then you have to make that true for you. You've got to do things about it, whether you go and drop into courses, whether you start going to, meditation groups or yoga or Pilates or go bushwalking or whatever, or orienteering. It's like you've got to find things that bring up, the word I want to use for you is curiosity. You want to have a little bit more action and curiosity in life. It's like you're ready to see what else is there and what else you're capable of. So there's definitely an awakening. You're wanting something else. Is that correct?
Yes. Do you see me? Like, my main question would be, do you see me like walking away from this relationship? Really?
Well,
it's tough.
You know what? I'm going to be really honest and say, nobody, it's a breakthrough. There's a breakthrough coming for you. Okay. So whether you choose to walk away or not, at the end of the day, what it means, what I'm saying here for you is you have to concentrate on what feels right for you and have the strength and the courage to say, this is what I'm doing. And what happens when we start to bring our energy back into ourselves, whoever's in our life, they will either step up or they'll step out. You don't have to make that choice if you don't want to, but there is a breakthrough coming, and I feel it's to do with you being truthful with yourself and starting to do the things that you love doing. And if that's true, if you're going to start doing that, your partner is either going to realize you're stepping away from him, or they might decide that they don't want to live like that at the start. Today, I embrace the new energy and align with my highest outcome. I choose to be present. That's very powerful. So, that's one of the things, as I was saying at the start, to navigate these incredibly chaotic times. I really don't even like using that word anymore. It's like torment sometimes. There's so much going on. We really have to keep coming back to ourselves. Pause, take that deep pause, breathe into your heart. Where am I right now? What's the next best thing? What am I grateful for right now? And how can I relax my nervous system in this moment so I can receive what is coming to me, what is around me? It's those moments where we reset ourselves, we readjust, we recalibrate, and we're grounding down because we're bringing our energy into this now moment, which is all we really have. So the more we look at steadying ourselves, grounding ourselves, calming ourselves, the easier it is to see what's going on around us without judgment, without involvement, without getting fired up, without reactivity. We can't add any more of that energy to the collective. We've got to start bringing the calm, the peace, and the steadiness in. So that's medicine for your spirit for this week. Have fun with that. And I look forward to seeing you next time. RayleneByrne.com. Come and see me. Bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Raven Gale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, I'm LJ Raven Gale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, you can go to ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. We are taking live calls. As they queue up, I thought we'd do a 3-card reading from the Spirit Animal Oracle deck by Colette Barron Reed. And in the past position, we have Pig Spirit. The client's thoughts have been hyper-focused on a question or obstacle and getting overwhelmed, possibly overinvested in possibilities instead of probabilities. Be careful about daydreaming too much. In the present position, we have Swan Spirit. Time to look beneath the surface of current events and situations. There is a deeper message. Consider time investments. Some of what you're undertaking may take more effort than you are spending. And then in future position, we have Starfish Spirit. Starfish stretches out to all directions, reminding the client that they are more than they know, and they can do and be more than they considered possible. All things are possible with Starfish Spirit. And this is very encouraging after the appearance of Swan Spirit asking us to reconsider our actions. Starfish is encouraging our client to put more energy where it is needed. So then, drawing one more card from the Animal Oracle deck, we have Ant Spirit. And for us today, we have a message that we need to be more involved in community, that we should consider sharing our burden with the things that we do. And great. So moving to the cards, we have Gaina in Manchester, England. Hello, Gaina. How are you?
Hello. I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How can I help you today?
I was just wondering about my health conditions. Will the next operation be a success, please?
Okay, certainly. I'll be happy to look into that. When is the next operation for Gaina? How do things look for Gaina? How's that next operation going to go? Okay, let's see here. All righty. This next operation, I can see in the past where you've had something that you needed to work on with the Prince of Swords and the Magician. The Magician is the one who's capable of handling everything that he's got. He's got the tools that he needs to create. So in the past position, things were manageable, but they have come to the point with the Wheel of Fortune reversed. Now here in the present, I can see where you are being overwhelmed with health situation because things are out of step. Things aren't flowing in the normal cycle that they need to be in. And then in the final card position that I put down, I've got the 5 of Wands, and that tells me that you are still going to have difficulties. May I ask, what kind of surgery are you looking at having?
It's prolapse.
Okay, I think you said it's for a prolapse?
Yeah, it would be a Delorme's operation.
Okay. It looks like, putting down a few more cards here, I can see that your situation is going to continue to be of concern after the surgery, but it will pick up for you and go in the right direction with the 9 of Cups in the final position. And I'm holding up the 9 of Cups to the camera. I know you can't see it now, but you will when you watch the video later. And it's a woman with 9 cards of Cups. And really, it's the card of wish fulfillment. So that is very encouraging. So I would expect I would expect perhaps some difficulties immediately after the surgery, and then to have things improve.
Okay.
You're welcome. Is there another question I can look at for you?
Is my son around me?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Is my son around me?
I had a number of cards that included young people. Let me take a closer look. What's your son's name?
Gary.
Gary there. What's going on with Gary? Okay, so putting down a card spread to look at what's going on with Gary. Okay. I can see he's had some money issues in the past.
Yeah.
So I have here the hung man. He was taking a break from things for a little bit. In the present, he's got the Four of Swords, and so that's him taking a more active look at the obstacles that are around him. Now, the Four of Swords, one of the secrets to that is these are obstacles of one's own creation. So this is something that he's definitely going to be able to fix. In the future, though, he is going to continue. Put down a timing card. Yeah, for the next 4 months, he's going to continue to have financial difficulties.
He's passed.
He's passed
away.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. Okay. I'm so sorry. Well, pentacles are also health, so that explains some of that. That would be another interpretation of what I was seeing. I'm not one of the things that I'm not is a full-time medium. Let me try tuning in to see if I can pick something up on Gary. No, I am not. I'm not picking up on Gary at all. I'm so sorry. Do you have do you have a question that I can take to the tarot?
I'm
sorry.
It's just about the operation. That's all, and yeah.
Okay. Let's see here.
See, I've already had 2 operations and they didn't work.
Yeah. I'm putting down another spread on your health in general. And have they told you why that it didn't work?
It just didn't work. But I'm under a different hospital now, so.
Okay. Well, I still see that you're going to continue to have difficulties with this for a time period, probably close to 4 months.
Yeah.
There's something about this surgery that is proving problematic for your providers. It's going to take some time for things to improve for you, but they will improve.
Okay. Sounds good. 8 years I've been like this, anyway.
8 years, that's a long time to suffer.
I know.
Take a look at how things look after your surgery is passed and you're feeling better.
Okay.
So with that, you will have a period of rest and recuperation.
Yeah.
One of the things that I was checking to see is if there would be another surgery after this one, and I don't see it. It's just going to be a long recuperation process. And the reason why I say that is you start off with the hung man in the past position where you've been laid up with not feeling well. You've got in the present position, you've got strength reversed, and that is really where you're having to dig deep within you for your reserves to continue to continue to be a part of society and to actually feel like you're living a life. And then in the future position, I've got the 8 of Wands reversed, and this is referring to your long recuperation that you're going to have. But once again, I am getting encouraging cards saying that after a period of time, you are going to have the Chariot there, and the Chariot has you moving forward, moving into new things. Now, the key to the Chariot is it's an awful lot like, and in fact, frequently the Chariot is depicted with chessmen. And in this case, you're being pulled in two directions as far as your choices of things. You've got a choice that you're going to be making. And as you're outlining, you're making your choices and decisions, you're going to need to be very strategic in your thoughts as far as what it is that you're wanting to create and what you're wanting to have after you've recuperated from your surgery. So that's something that perhaps you can focus on as you're getting better is the kind of life that you want to have, the things you want to have in your life after you're feeling better.
Okay. Very good, yeah.
And I do see that we've got a little under a minute remaining here. What I'd like to do, given that we've had such a serious conversation, is I'd like to pull from another deck. And the reason why I'd like to do that is it's always got something positive to say. So let's see here. The card that I pull for you is Dolphin Spirit. And I'm going to hold that up. It's a beautiful card. Please check it out online after about an hour or two. And what Dolphin Spirit is encouraging you to do is to play and to celebrate life more.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for calling. Yeah. I really appreciate your call and your questions today. And I wish you much success and very quick recovery.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for tuning in for your personal reading. Find me at ravengale.com or message me on Facebook at Ravengale Tarot. Until we talk again, may you and yours have the very best of happiness with thanks. Blessed be.
watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Okay, well, welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Lightning Television. You know, you can watch us live on our Facebook page. You know, I keep forgetting to tell you that. So we have a Facebook page, psychicradio.com. Well, I guess it's not .com, but it's just Psychic Radio on Facebook. And I believe you can watch us on real time. So if you want to do that, be sure to tune in and watch some of the shows, and especially ours, on the Facebook page, and you'll see it live. And so I'm John Capello. I'm your host here on the Psychic Side. We like to talk about psychic stuff and debunk some of the skeptics. And today is no different. Today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about a little bit of a surprising reading I had. I won't talk about the person, of course, but, you know, it's just a surprise for me when people come to see someone like myself and they say, oh, well, that's easy, or that's, it's kind of funny. But because I don't know these folks, and when I pick up something, it's not because I'm guessing, it's because I see it, or, you know, some of it is I guess, you know, flows, but you get fragments and you get different impressions of spirits, and so you want to be sure to be as accurate as you can be. So today I want to kind of break down what a mediumship reading is, and the impressions that at least I get. I'm not going to speak for every medium, but I'm going to speak for myself. Because there are just so many different attitudes and perspectives and I guess techniques, if you want to call it that. But for me, I have a certain structure that I feel occurs with my gifts, and I follow that structure. I just give into it. I don't try to challenge it, because it works. It's something that I believe is real, and something that is comes to me on a regular basis. And if you watched or listened to our show, hopefully you can see I'm not using any tools or anything to get information on people. It just kind of comes. And one of the first things that I'm glad that comes is the gender of a person, and now in this particular case, the person that I was reading for said, "Oh, well, that's easy. You know, you got a 50-50 chance." Well, but I got it. You know, I got the correct gender, and the thing is, I got the correct person that she was trying to reach. Now, that person was in a different spot. They weren't in the same spot. Well, that's also a clue as to what is going on. And like I say, I can't always say it works, but sometimes when people die or pass over or cross over, there's a certain clues that they give you, whether it was an illness or an accident or just because of old age. But one of the clues is, for me, is when someone takes their own life. And I don't know if I've spoken about that before here on the show, but and it may just be unique for me, but a lot of times when someone takes their own life, they're either not in the usual place I would expect them to be, or they wait. They wait before they show up in the reading. They don't show up immediately, and so it's kind of a curious thing because I look for signals from people when they're coming in from the spirit world. And but like I say, the first thing that people indicate to me is that what gender they are, if they're male or female, if they come in on the right or left. And if you're a skeptic and you don't want to accept that, well, I can't help you. I mean, I can't make up a new gender. I mean, I can't make up these things. I can't make up whether a relationship with you, and so it just baffles me when I get that kind of response. And I hope I don't sound offensive. It's just that she said, "Well, you're getting defensive." I said, "I'm not being defensive." I just said, I don't know. You got me kind of at a disadvantage, you know. So we have our first caller. I'll get to her in just a moment, and so please be patient. But I do want to say another thing about people when they come in, if they're in grief and when they're in grief. I can sometimes tell what stage of grief they're in because of the energy they project to me. And in this particular case, it was shock. Now, this person's who the loved one had been gone for a little over a year, but they were still in shock. And I told her that. I said, "You're still in shock." I said, "That's why there's the things just are not quite in place yet." So she goes, "Yeah, I'm still in shock." And well, she should have been. It was just a horrible situation, which, was shown to me. So let's go to Melissa in Farmington, New York. So Melissa, are you there?
I am here. How are you?
Fine. Is that in northern New York or where, or western New York or where?
Upper Western, between Buffalo and Syracuse.
Upper Western.
Around
Okay.
Syracuse. Yep.
Okay. Very good. Very good. So Melissa, have you been crying? Has there been a situation that's caused you to be crying or very upset lately?
Just finding honesty about my workers' comp, what's going on with my nurse career. Yeah.
You have been? Okay. Is there a man involved with this?
Like my boyfriend?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's giving you consolation or something like this. So this is about work. Is this something you're having some issues at work?
I've been out of work since last November for my knee and for my left ankle.
Okay. What is your birth sign?
By August 9th.
So are you Virgo or are you Leo?
I'm a Leo.
You're Leo? Okay. Well, Leo is a new life. I've said this before on the show, I don't know if you listened, but with Pluto entering the sign of Aquarius, you're kind of at the bottom of a new paradigm in your life. So I understand it's very upsetting because you feel like there's nothing, no future ahead in some regards. And I'm so sorry that you're injured. But this is a time to make some goals, okay? This is a time to work on your health. This is a time for you to allow yourself to recoup and not be very hard on yourself, okay? Because you have ended a major cycle, and you are starting a new cycle, okay? And this new cycle is going to slowly see you rise because you're at the bottom. Now, if you called me and said, "Oh, I'm rich and famous," well, then I would say, well, maybe you're going to go from riches to rags. But the Pluto influence is a rags to riches, okay? And so I feel like there's a sense of there's a little bit of depression here. There's a little bit of feeling isolated. But I hope that you won't give up hope because I feel like things are going to start to turn better. You also have Mars right now, which is squaring the sign of Leo, and that's always a stinker. So by next month or so, that's going to be helpful to getting you out of this funk that you're in. Now, do you have any young children around you, or they may not be your own, but others like nieces or nephews or anything like that, or any coming in your life?
The youngest one I have in my life, well, of my own, would be my 14-year-old, but actually I'm watching my granddaughter tomorrow. She just turned 3.
Your granddaughter? You have a granddaughter coming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just feel like that's an area that's going to bring you joy. And it's like I say, I know that the money and everything is a difficult task right now, but this is a time for you to just kind of take a deep breath and just give yourself some time to get resituated or reoriented, because you're going to start to build something new for yourself. And it's going to be a slow rise. I don't know. I feel like your boyfriend seems like be a pretty good character and someone who is supportive of you. Is that right?
He's very, very, and he wants me to go to Greece with him and visit where he, has family and yeah. I don't know what's going on with their future. I'm waiting for him to tell me that he loves me, but I know he does. He just doesn't say it.
Well, I mean, if you can go to Greece or you can take some time off, this is a good time for you to do that, to kind of clear your head and to just set the stage for this new life. Because it's like I say, the energy I'm getting from you is that you're kind of beating up on yourself. You're not blaming yourself for the situation you're in, are you?
Yes and no, because I just feel like, I've been a nurse for 28 years and I wasn't planning on stopping it anytime soon, but then I got hurt not once, but twice. And yes.
The universe is just telling you it's time for a change. Okay. And sometimes it's not very kind when it does that. So when that happens, you just have to take some time to kind of let the dust settle, so to speak. But it seems to me your priority is your health and clearing your mind and enjoying your grandchildren. And I think you're lucky to have a supportive partner that's in your life. So you've got lots of positives around you. It's just that the money will come and you will you'll be much better for it. So I can't tell you that you're going to be mega rich or anything, but I do feel like that over the next few months, things are going to start getting better. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. You take care. All right.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So I wanted to tell you a little bit more about a reading. So a lot of times, by the way, you can see that this was more of a psychic reading that we did for Melissa because the information was more about her. The gentleman I was picking up was her boyfriend. But I was mainly talking more about mediumship in the beginning. But in mediumship, you first pick up, whether it's the gender of someone and then the relationship. And usually husbands and fathers are over the right shoulder and mothers and wives are over the left shoulder. And then a brother might be just on the side and a child might be just in front, along with animals like pets. And they will be in front, at least for me, I can only say that. Now, directly behind you, you may see guides or you may see angels, and they may be just behind the head or over the head. Now, ancestors are a part of this as well, because ancestors can be just off the shoulder, that to portray themselves as grandparents or great grandparents or even beyond that. Now, another aspect is for me is the distance that a close loved one portrays themselves from you. So if they're right on top of your shoulder, right, like over here, then you had a close relationship. If they're a little bit above or they're a little bit on the side, then there may have been some tension there. And if they're way far away, then there could have been some major issues that were between the two of you. So I see that quite a lot. I don't mean to give you a lesson in mediumship today, but these are the ways that they portray themselves to me. And a lot of times they do it with fragments and things of that nature. So it's fascinating the way it works. And so I'm always happy to teach people how to do these things or how to recognize it. And that's why I offer my psychic journeys, psychic development classes, and my sitting with spirits classes as well. We'll be starting up that new series sometime in August and September, and along with the Monday Astrologer again. So be sure to watch my Facebook page for details on that, and because we'll be taking names of some potential students soon. So let's go to our next caller, Jerry Ann in Alberta, Canada. So Jerry Ann, are you there?
I am.
How are you today?
Good. Yourself?
Fine. Jerry Ann, it just seems to me like you're naturally a positive person. Does that make sense?
As I'm growing, absolutely. Becoming more at peace. Right? There was a time where I dwelled in the negative. Oh, yeah. Right?
Everything seemed negative to you at one time?
Well, everything, right? I always expected worst case scenario. And of course, you put that out there. And what are you going to get?
Yeah. So it just seems to me like you're trying to look at the bright side of things, because looking at things negatively just hasn't worked for you.
Yeah, not so much.
Yeah. So it just feels like, it's better to have a sense of optimism. A lot of people, especially people my age, they get negative.
As I'm getting older,
You're getting more
less.
positive.
I'm learning. Well, yeah.
That's
right.
awesome.
Starting, and I'm glad that I caught that little blurb because, I'll see what you have to say to me.
Okay. So Jerry Ann, do you have a mother in spirit?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It feels like you're pretty close to mom. Were you fairly close to mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's with me all the time.
She's with you all the time, yes.
All the time.
She's letting me know that she thinks you're great. She says that, now she's talking about flowers. Are you a gardener, or was she a gardener?
Actually, growing up, my dad had an amazing garden, and I just got a little piece of land of my own, and I'm attempting gardening. And I keep trying to call my dad here because my dad's crossed over. And I keep trying to call him here because, guide me, show me what I'm supposed to be doing.
Well, she says you have a natural green thumb. Okay. And so you might be like your dad because it seems like your dad was a person that could grow anything. All he had to do was just stick a root in the ground and grow. Does that make sense?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yes.
So your dad's energy is, I don't know, he just seems like a very kind man, a spiritual person. Does that make sense? Was he quiet?
Yeah, but there was things that happened. There was things that happened that his actions that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he may. I'm not saying that that certainly wasn't perfect, but there's something about Dad that makes
at the end of the day, I got to be the one there to help him cross over, And yeah, it was.
Well, it just seems like
that day.
At least at the end of life, you drew closer to him. Does that make sense?
Well, on the last day.
On the last
because
day.
Because of things that I had found out, I hadn't seen my dad for over 2 years. He had been in a home, deaf-blind, full-blown Alzheimer's.
Oh my!
Had been in a wheelchair for almost 7 years. And something told me that day something just wasn't right, and I went, and I just couldn't believe that they were keeping my father alive. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I came to peace, and I let him go with peace and unconditional love. And yeah, I made sure every vegetable seed possible. I made sure when he crossed over, he had all those to take with him.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just kind of get a good feeling between the two of you. I guess I can delve deeper into this and look and see what deeds he may have done. And that kind of brings me back to some of the last part of what I was going to talk about with the reading. Because in a reading, you pick up the gender, you pick up the relationship, you pick up circumstances on how they pass so many times, and then you pick out some of the things that events between you and Dad. So Dad may have been estranged from the family. Mom and Dad may have had their problems as well. I don't know if Dad drank. It looks like he may have had some behaviors that were
him and my mom were always together. They never split up. He was always apart, but because of the things that happened, it just changed the course of how our family operated.
Mm-hmm. Now, I have to ask you this. Was there anything about a fire department in your life or firemen or anything like that? I don't know. Was there ever a fire in your life or anything?
No, there was a time in just before I left Medicine Hat for a while and come back. And right before I come back, my roommate quit taking medication or whatever, and I was held at knife point. It took the SWAT team in, and it was actually a fireman that come up and finally got me out.
Okay. And that there's something about a fireman or the fire department or something. So my goodness, that's pretty traumatic to have someone put a knife to your neck and have to have the SWAT team come out. That's just I'm so sorry that happened to you.
I know.
But
my family thought I was lying about it until they seen it on the national news.
Wow.
So I know that was probably pretty hard for my dad.
Yeah. Well, he's the one that brought it up, and because he was trying to bring in about the firemen, and I thought there was a fire or whatever, but you validated about the firemen rescuing you, so I'm glad about that.
I guess it's his way from the other side of saying sorry for not believing me.
Well, he does believe you.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought it up. He wouldn't have acknowledged it, right?
That's pretty random.
I thank him for that.
Yeah, that's pretty random. Some guy from Texas is telling someone in Canada.
Right?
So I'm glad that you called, and just know that your parents have done a lot of healing. They're really excited about you and your new property, and I wish you the very best. So we got to grow those flowers fast, I would imagine, in Canada. I don't know how long your summers are. But we have terrible ones.
3 months left anyways.
3 months, okay. We probably have 7.
Yeah, see? Maybe I need to move there.
No, well, if you like 100-degree weather, we're getting ready to have that. So,
I actually love that.
You do? Okay. Well, great. Well, welcome. Yeah. Everybody else is covered here.
Right? There we go.
So thank you very much, Jerry, and best of luck to you. And I'll hope to hear from you again. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So So we're back here on the show, and as I was telling you that as we do readings, we pick up about 4 different things at first. They just boom, 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 boom. You pick up the gender and so on and so forth. And then as you get into the reading and the spirit or the presence communicates more with you, or they allow more to be revealed, you can pick up more information, because it's like I say, the information about a fireman and this lady in Canada was pretty random, because we had been talking about flowers and we've been talking about different things like that, and then suddenly her father came in and so started talking about those things, and it was accurate. So I understand there's wiggle room. I understand that there's a little bit of leeway that a client has to give a medium, but these things are not made up. They're real, and people in the spirit world do try to communicate with us, and we have to be open for it. And you can easily dismiss what someone says as a psychic or a medium, because you are the ultimate truth giver. Okay, because we don't know you. We don't have that intimate knowledge of your life. I certainly don't, being in Texas and speaking to someone in Canada. So, but if she would have said, no, there's nothing about a fireman, there's nothing about, then I would have to believe her. But she was kind enough to acknowledge that. And so I like to pick up things that are unique, if possible, because most people drive a car, a lot of people smoke, a lot of people die from cancer, a lot of people, these things, but we want to make sure that we are giving good information. So the show goes fast, and we only have a few seconds left, and I want to just thank our sponsor once again, Miracles of Joy. Go to their website and buy some stuff, and you can use promo code PSO223 and get a discount. Now, this weekend, I'm going to be at Miracles of Joy in Bedford, only on Saturday. I'll be doing readings, and I'll be doing a spirit gallery that evening. If you're in the area, please come by and join us. And otherwise, join us again next week here on the psychic side. Be sure to like my Facebook page and you keep up with what I'm doing. I've got lots of stuff going on all the time. And it's always a delight to have you join us here every Tuesday at 5 p.m. So that's about it for me. I'm John Capello. This is the Psychic Side on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. Until next week, bye-bye. Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall's site.
with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 0284. Online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. I know the world seems to be constantly shifting and changing, and, you know, many of us as we get older would sort of like things to just stand still for a little while and be able to sort of just catch our breath and catch up with technology and all the changes that are happening in the world. But that's the amazing part about being alive and being in this amazing planet, isn't it? That it is always constantly changing. There's always new things to sort of explore and look at and travel and see and whatever. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Magician. So this is the card of the element of surprise. Now, surprise is one of those very ambiguous sort of words. Some people look at the word surprise and say, great, that means something amazing is going to happen. Someone else will sort of say, oh, I don't like that word. Surprises usually mean that, you know, you've been caught off guard. Things aren't going quite the way that you would like them to. So it can be good or bad. To me, it's sort of saying to you that you have all the tools in your toolkit, that you can create magic, that you can create something out of nothing in your life. If you really want to sort of focus on what is going on in your life, that you can create your own surprise, you can create your own magic. And, you know, whether that's a good or bad situation, I mean, depends on where you are in your life at this point in time. I personally see this card when it comes out in a reading as, oh, yippee doodle dandy, we're going to get some change, whether or not it may be what we want, but there's a breakthrough. Things are moving, things are changing, things aren't static anymore, things aren't stuck. So sometimes, you know, to get out of a stuck situation, it may not necessarily be to our liking, but overall, in the bigger scheme of things, it ends up being to our liking because it clears the cobwebs out of everything, clears everything away so that we can start to get some massive changes or some movement in the camp, as I like to call it. And it's a good card. I like the Magician. It's, you know, it's a very positive sort of card to me that we're breaking up things that are going on in our lives. So we're going to move on to the astrological section of the chart now. Now, it's really sort of interesting because even though we're in the Gemini time, things are starting to break up a little bit and starting to disperse a little bit, which is good because everything's been so concentrated for so long that we haven't really had a lot of diversity in the chart. So things are starting to sort of pull apart a little bit like a pull apart, you know, tart, and that's good. So we've still got the sun sitting in Gemini, so happy birthday to all the Geminis. Now, I'm going to sort of talk about now the Gemini section of the chart. Now, this will affect Geminis, Libra, and Aquarius, and the opposite side of Gemini is Sagittarius, but it still flows over in a more watered-down version to the other remaining signs in the chart. I don't sit here and break down the 12 signs and what's going to happen in the next week. I look at a Polaroid snapshot of where the planets are sitting just prior to the show, and that's how I bring my astrological report to you each week. So this week we've got Mercury, the planet of communication, which is holding hands or conjunct the sun, which is holding hands or conjunct Venus. Now, they're all sitting in Gemini. Now, when we've got Mercury here, Mercury's at home here. Mercury rules Gemini, so Mercury feels very, very comfortable here. So it's a little bit like sort of Mercury on steroids in a sense that Mercury's going chatter, 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 chatter. There's lots of communication, lots of things to be shared, lots of opinions, lots of people have a lot to say. Whether it's, you know, useful or not is another debate for another day, but there's lots of communication going around at the moment. And that means all forms of communication, whether it's verbally, whether it's text messages, emails, as tuning into social media. They're all forms of communication besides where we get communication or information off other devices like televisions, podcasts, radios, those sort of things. There's lots of communication filtering and floating around at the moment. I'm not saying all of it's truthful, but I'm saying there's a lot of communication out there at the moment. So Mercury is conjunct or holding hands the sun, which is sitting in Gemini, which is asking us to sort of really sort of put our best foot forward, particularly if you're a Gemini. It's the time to shine. It's your birthday time of the year. So really get out there and strut your stuff. So the sun is also conjunct or holding hands with Venus, the planet of love and affection. Now, the Venus is the planet where we look for love, but it's also for the things that we love to do in our lives. So not always when Venus is featured are we all going to race out there and find a new love. It can be bringing things into our life that put a smile on our dial, things that make us feel warm and fuzzy, the things that we love to do. So if you are seeking love, no matter what the 12 star signs you are, let's do it in a general way. If you're seeking love, make sure that you're in places where there is communication, where there is an opportunity to meet people, where you can sort of strut your stuff a little bit, that, you know, you can shine a little bit there, and go to places that are in your local environment. It's not the time to be sort of seeking out love on a long distance trip or an overseas trip. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying you're more likely to find love in your own backyard, so to speak, in your own local environment. So get out and participate in some of the events that might be going on in your local district, particularly over the next week to 10 days. This is the time that if, you know, Cupid's arrows are going to strike, you will meet somebody that has a similar interest to you because you've gone to the same event, or you've gone to the same show, or you've gone to the same movie, or, you know, something that might be happening locally in your district. And don't forget, you know, communication is the key. If you see somebody that's sitting across the table from you, wave, say hello, how are you going? You know, ask them how their day's been. You know, don't be frightened to sort of be the one to initiate the communication, because Gemini is asking us all to be a little bit more communicative. Talk to our fellows that are surrounding us next door, down the street, when we're at the shops or the cinema or wherever we might be. Say hello to somebody. You know, brighten their day. You know, it doesn't always have to lead to romance, but quite often by you just initiating something like this when the planets are sitting here can be the start of something absolutely amazing. So we have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, is in the last couple of degrees of being in Taurus. He's been there for quite some time now. So Uranus is really starting to stir things up. Now, this is going to affect Tauruses, Virgos, Capricorns, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. Now, just because Uranus is there is a little bit like the Magician card here, doesn't necessarily mean it's all good, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's all bad. Uranus is like the bolt of lightning. He can strike out of nowhere. Now, what Uranus is asking those signs particularly, and then flows on to the others, is make sure what you're standing for, or what you believe in, or what you believe to be correct is correct, not just your own selfish, self-absorbed way of looking at things. Now, the Taurian energy is about practicality. It's about what's mine's mine. What's yours is mine also, and it's about money, it's about possessions, it's about the things that you hold dear. Now, this is why I'm giving you a word of caution here. Uranus here will take those things away from you if you are not playing fair, if you are not being decent, if you're not sharing, if you're not considering the other person's point of view. Then sometimes Uranus can come along here and give you a slap over the face and say, well, I'm going to take that off you because you've been too greedy. So you have to be very, very careful here. If you're any one of those signs and you're dealing with something that has a monetary configuration or a monetary attribute to it, make sure that you're not being greedy. Make sure that you are sharing if there's sharing that is required. It's also the time, if you're going to present a business plan to a financial institution looking to gain, you know, funding for something, make sure that you're very clear, you're very concise, you show them how you're going to repay this, that you don't leave any stone unturned. It's a time where everything has to be very thorough, the I's have to be dotted and the T's have to be crossed, and you have to present a very unified front forward. Now, Uranus here in Taurus is actually holding hands or conjuncting Jupiter, the planet of expansion and opportunity, but Jupiter's sitting in Gemini. Now, what this means, if you are doing this for all the right reasons and you haven't been greedy, stubborn or selfish, and, you know, you're doing things for the betterment of everybody, then with the conjunction here of Jupiter will expand your world right out. Jupiter then can bring opportunity. Jupiter can bring new ideas to the table, can bring a fresh approach to things. Jupiter can bring a completely different way of looking at things and expand it right out and hopefully make it better. By the same token, if you've been in that first category where you're being stubborn, pig-headed, not wanting to share, being greedy, being self-absorbed, then Jupiter will come along and say, give you a slap around the face and say, you're being greedy. I'm going to take a number of these things away from you because you are not playing by the rules. So please be very, very careful if you're any one of those signs. So when we're talking about Jupiter here, we're talking about Jupiter in Gemini going to Aquarius, Libra, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius, and then flowing on to the others. But the most important part of this conjunction is the fact that it's Uranus. Uranus is in Taurus. Uranus is leading the charge here. Jupiter's just holding hands and not so much coming along for the ride, but is there and equally as powerful, but we lead with the Taurus energy. So we're going to move on to the part of fortune. Now, the part of fortune is not necessarily a planet. It's part of what's known as the Arabian parts, and it's where we look for improvement and opportunities in our lives. Now, the part of fortune is conjunct or holding hands the moon. Now, the moon, I must caution you, moves very, very quickly, only stays in a sign for 2.5 days. So this is a very fast-moving transit or movement of the planet. So we've got the part of fortune, which is showing us where we want to sort of achieve and strive and become the best person that we can be, is currently conjunct or holding hands the moon that's sitting in Leo. Now, the moon in Leo is very powerful, let me assure you. Anybody that has moon in Leo, which I do, you understand how it works. You get out of bed and your hair's not right, you're having a bad hair day, and that's where that phrase comes from. But on a much stronger side, the moon in Leo is very proud, very dramatic, very fixed, very rigid sometimes in the way that they approach things. And anybody that has got that moon in Leo in their chart, or for those people that are a fire sign, and we're talking about Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Aquarius, and then it will filter down to everyone else. It's asking us to make sure that we're not being overly dramatic. That, things that might be on an emotional front at the moment, look at them head on. Don't be the drama queen. Look at it in a very logical, practical, down-to-earth manner. Yes, you can be strong. You can be determined. You can put a brave front up. You can put forward a good plan, or, if you've got to talk about a delicate matter, yes, you can be firm. But make sure that you're not dictatorial. Make sure that you are putting your listening ears on and listening to the other person's point of view as well. That's really, really important. And if it's something of emotional nature, make sure that you tone down the emotion and keep it very fact-based if you possibly can. And then, sprinkle in a little bit of that magical emotional energy as well. But do it in a positive sort of way. Try not to be negative or dictatorial or bossy, because sometimes with the moon here, they can be sort of very snappy, snarly, be quite bossy and sort of say, this is the only way because I've said so. We need to make sure that we're considering everybody else in the equation as well. We have Neptune in Pisces. Neptune is coming to the end of its reign in Pisces too. So this is a really nice energy to me, because Neptune rules Pisces. It's sort of like the creative energy has been let out of the bag a little bit. So for anybody, no matter what your star sign, but particularly the water signs, we're talking about Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo, this is a time when you can be really creative. You can really sort of daydream a little bit. Again, make sure that the daydreams or the creativity that you're doing has a positive slant. Don't use it to try and undermine somebody else, or to be nasty, or to take something from somebody else that's rightfully theirs. Because if you do that, then Neptune here will turn around and say to you, well, that's okay. You can be deceitful. You can be nasty. You can be rude, but just watch what the backlash is going to be for that. There will be consequences. People tend to think of sometimes when a planet's sitting in Pisces, everything's lovey-dovey and fairy floss pink, and, it's like the Peter Pan thing. We don't want to grow up. We don't want to look at responsibility. We don't want to do those sort of things because we're too busy in our creative head. Yes, that's very true. But Neptune also has a darker side to him and says to you, if you misbehave, if you do not follow my lead, if you do not understand the energy of how I work, I will turn around and give you a slap in the face, and it'll be one that you don't forget. I will take things from you because you've been destructive, you've been deceitful, you've been nasty in the way that you've approached things. So just because it's sitting in this nice, gentle Pisces sort of energy, don't underestimate the power of the Pisces energy, because it has the power of the previous 11 signs. So it sort of is probably a more powerful placement for a planet to be in than anything. And the fact that Neptune rules Pisces, it gives it that extra boost there that says that, okay, you've got to make sure you behave yourself here. So finally, I want to wrap up with Mars has just moved into Taurus, so Mars will be there for a little while, and he's going to stir things up. So Mars moving into Taurus, is saying to us, okay, I'm going to stir up your personal finances, particularly if you're a Taurus, Virgo, or a Capricorn, or the opposite sign of Scorpio. It's saying to you that I have the drive, I have the determination, I have the energy, but make sure that you're doing things for the right reasons. If you are not doing things for the right reasons, then you could have dire consequences on your plate. So again, Mars is the planet of action, opportunity, get off the couch, make things happen, go into things with an enthusiastic manner, but make sure it is for the right reasons. I can't stress that enough. It has to be for the right reasons. So that's where we're going to leave the astrology section for this week. And we're going to take our first caller, which is Francine in Callender in Ontario in Canada. Are you there, Francine?
Oh, I am.
Hello. Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Francine?
I'm lost, and I don't know what to say. I had to ask for about any questions.
Usually people phone into the show, sweetie, because they've got something that's troubling them, bothering them, something they want answered. So that's why I always ask for a direct question, because we have such a limited time.
I do have a question. Mm-hmm. Is my oldest daughter, going to ever talk to me again?
Oh, okay, that's a really interesting question, Francine. And I'm sorry to hear that you and your daughter are estranged. The first thing that they're showing me from the other side is not just at the moment. She's very, very stubborn, and I think you already know that, but she's one of these children, and I'm going to call her a child because she's your daughter, no matter how old she is, that she tends to think that she's always right. She never, ever admits that she could have made a mistake. That's just not on the equation. I'm going to say for the moment, no, but I do feel in 2025 she is going to reach out randomly one day, and it'll depend on how you react at whether or not we actually reestablish a connection with your daughter. Now, look, I'm not asking you to forgive everything that's gone down, because sometimes that's just too hard. There's always two sides to a story. And I know she severely hurt you, and this is the first time, and it probably won't be the last either, but this is one of these very important times where she has really cut you to the quick. Now, she's going to reach out to you randomly, I'm going to say probably by phone call, and it's going to be sort of like she's quite aggressive, she's quite angry, and she's blaming you, but at the same time she's asking for your help. Now, I can't tell you what to do. What I can suggest to you is, okay, as much as your first reaction might be to go to hell, I'm not going to, when you speak to me like that, I'm not going to put myself out. Maybe you have to be the bigger person in this instance and sidestep your own emotion and say, hang on a minute, my child needs me. My child's reached out to me. She's asking for help. Whether I agree with it or not, maybe this is the opening for us to reestablish a connection again. And that's why I'm sort of suggesting to you, I can't tell you what to do, but I can suggest to you that, when she does catch you off guard like this, that your first initial reaction isn't, well, go to hell, is, okay, all right, we can deal with how you spoke to me later. Let's just sort of get this situation sorted, and then we can start to work on the process. It's interesting because they keep saying to me from the other side, she is very much your daughter. So I can only take from that comment from the choir that the two of you are equally as stubborn as each other, and that's not a bad thing. But sometimes we have to lead by example, Mum, of how to sort of be the bigger person in the situation. Look, I know she misses you. She misses you terribly. But her pride will not allow her to pick up that phone or send a message and say, hey, Mum, I'm sorry. It's like she chokes on it. And I think you can understand
it's hard to get a hold of her because she has no phone number. She has
no, but she's going to ring you. Yeah, but she's going to ring you out of the blue. Whether she's bought another cell phone or borrowed a girlfriend's or whatever, it'll be a random thing. They were showing me March on the timeline, but look, timelines from the other side aren't always accurate. But I suppose what I'm supposedly sharing with you is that if you get a random phone call from a phone number you don't know, answer it. If it's your daughter, you know how to handle it. You know what I mean? You can always, let's establish a connection with her, then we can deal with her attitude later. But I do think the two of you are going to end up super close. And that's sort of a long way from where you are now, Francine. Look, it's not my place to sit here and say who was right or who was wrong. I'm just going to say you're both at fault. You're both as stubborn as each other. And once we can get over that, I think there's going to be a really beautiful mother-daughter relationship there in a more mature way than what there ever was. Your daughter hasn't seen it through mature eyes yet, but she will. And she really, really has missed you. So unfortunately, Francine, that's where we've got to leave it. We've got a limited time on the show. I'm going to talk with Jessica now in Nuclear, Colorado, USA. Are you there, Jessica?
I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, sweetie?
Yeah, it's a really weird one. I have a friend right now who is dying of cancer, and his mother had a native shaman. I mean, it's life, but she had a Navajo shaman come bless him, and they had mentioned that he had a question or something that wasn't answered, and that was like stopping him from. He's just suffering right now, like he's holding on for something.
Right.
I was just wondering if you could help with that at all.
I mean, that's interesting that his mum's brought in, you know, a native person. Is there any sort of native history there with this person that's facing their own?
I don't think,
mortality?
not that I know of. I think that she's just she was looking for some sort of answers. I'm not sure why she chose that.
Yeah, I mean, look, people do things that seem out of character or peculiar or strange at a time like this because they're looking or searching for answers or some sort of comfort or whatever. Look, I'm not going to disagree with what the Native American person has said, but what I'm picking up is they're just not ready to go yet. You know, no matter how sick they are or how many times the doctors have said they've only got X, Y, Z, you know, time left, they're just not ready to give in yet. They're pretty stubborn in that way. They're just not ready to go. I don't know that they're waiting for anything in particular. It may just be waiting for the fact that they're ready to sort of say, I'm going to exhale now and I'm going to depart. You know, like I don't think that there's any great magical message here. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like this person just doesn't feel that they're ready to let go yet. And that's okay. That's their choice, you know, like I have an unusual belief. I believe that there's an imaginary date stamped on our forehead that says when we're going to depart. And, you know, if that's ahead of the bus timetable, well, then maybe it's not his time. I also sort of feel that bringing this Native American person in was more for the mum than it was for him.
Oh, I agree. Yes.
It was more to give her comfort or something. You know what I mean? Like, comfort's probably not the right word, but to me, she got more out of it than the son did. And I think maybe the message is more for her.
I gotcha. Okay.
Do you know
he definitely doesn't want to go yet, but he's just like, he's having such a hard time like breathing, and so I don't think it's like he's suffering a little bit. So
yeah, but even though he is suffering, if he's not ready to let go, then nobody can force that. You know what I mean? You see people that linger on way past their supposed date of expiration, and then other people get the news and bang, they're gone within a week. You know what I mean? And they were told they had 12 months to go or 2 years, you know. So it's all about mental attitude and whether or not you're ready. And I mean, even though he might be having physical difficulties that you and I'd look at it and say, oh, that's cruel, you know, but maybe he's just not ready to say goodbye yet. You know, it's his choice. So I look around your friend and I don't see anything there to me that's unresolved or waiting for anything or waiting for a particular person or waiting for an event. He's not. He's just being stubborn and says, I'm not ready to go. And that's his choice. Okay. And I think that's beautiful. But he really does treasure your friendship. You know, you two sort of have had this amazing connection that he will never, ever forget. And I know when his time does come that, you know, he does fly with the angels, he will look at you as being one of the most prominent people in his life that he wants to sort of continue to guide. And that's a really beautiful thing.
That is really beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, but you've always been honest with him. You know, you've called it as it is. You've always been honest. You've had this very honest communication, haven't you, between the two of you?
Yep. And sometimes he didn't like that.
No, well, and sometimes I'm sure you didn't like it either. But you see what I mean? That's what is valued the most, is that there's always been this honest communication with each other and that you've never tried to pull the wool over his eyes or paint the picture that isn't there. You've been open, you've been honest, you've listened to him, you've been there through his struggle with his cancer and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, you've walked in and said, geez, you look like crap today, you know, and he's appreciated that. And then other days you've walked in and said, gee, your eyes are sparkly. Do you know what I mean? Where everybody else has danced around things. You've been the one constant in his life where you've been truthful, and he really appreciates that. Look, it's not my place to say when he's going to go. I just know it's not now. It's just not ready. But when he does, he'll tell you, and he'll say to you, you know, this might be our final time together. And, you know, as much as that's going to bring you to tears, and of course it will, but you know then he's telling you that he's getting ready to go. So, you know, when he comes to that point, it'll probably only be 48 hours. So, but he promised himself he'd always let you know when it was his time, and it's not his time yet.
Okay.
So, you know, like, tell him that, you know, maybe the message was more for his mum than it was for him, so that he can then stop racking his brains, you know, with what time he's got left and what energy he's got. There's nothing he's waiting for. He is at peace with himself. He's at peace.
I think it's more his mom trying to answer that question. So I think you're totally right up with that. Completely. Right.
Yeah. And maybe you can tell him that, you know, that's the message that came through. It's more for his mum, and, you know, and that'll ease his mind too, that then he can sort of deal with that in whichever way that he sees fit, you know, to even if he says something to his mum that's going to put her mind at ease, that's his choice then. But that's what they showed me. It was more for her than it was for him. But you're an amazing friend, and he will never, ever forget you. He'll always be by your side. And he just sort of feels that, you know, this was a very soul connection. And I don't mean a soul connection as in you were meant to be lovers, but a soul connection as in friends, that you had the ultimate friendship together and everything's good. So anyway, sweetie, that's where we're going to leave it. I hope that that's sort of been of help to you, and you can sort of give that message to him, and he can sort of then find some sort of peace out of that. So it's really, really interesting how spirit works, because every week, if you watch the show regularly, you know that I pick a song of the week, and I never know what it is. It just comes to me either as I'm doing the astrology for the show, or I go through my list of songs, or sometimes it's a song that's been going around in my head. And today I picked a song that nobody in the US will probably even know. Here in Australia, we know it because, you know, we have a competition, as you do, called Idol. We have Australian Idol, which started back here in 2003. And the person that came second in Idol that year was a gentleman by the name of Shannon Nolan. He's gone on to have an amazing musical career here in Australia. And I want to leave you with one of the songs from the show, and it's called Angels Brought Me Here. And I think that's very, very appropriate, particularly for Jessica that we were just talking to. And that's what I love about Spirit. It connects all the dots, brings everything together. So Angels Brought Me Here by Shannon Noll. So until next week, bye for now.